AIA Vitality. Your health is every choice you make. We are part of a global wellness program with over 1.65 million members in AIA across Asia. And in Singapore, we have more than 100,000 members on AIA Vitality. Members live healthier by knowing their health through online health assessments and screenings. They improve their health by logging exercises and enjoying the rewards to keep them going. And indeed, members are making improvements in their health. Even the vitality age gap has narrowed to less than a year. Best of all, you earn points for every activity. The higher your status, the greater the rewards, including up to 15% off insurance premium on selected AIA plans. To keep you going, there is the weekly fitness challenge with personalized targets to help pace and improve your fitness. When you complete the challenge, you get a spin on the Vitality Wheel to earn Vitality Coins, which you can use at the marketplace. That's not all. You also earn AIA Vitality Points for completing these activities. And very soon, you'll be on your way to Platinum status. And we sweeten the deal further with many exciting partner benefits that you can enjoy. With AIA Vitality, nothing gets better than a healthier you. So get onto AIA Vitality today because your health is every choice you make.
The champs are here. The AIA Singapore Premier League Kings in 4 of the last 5 seasons have picked up right where they left off in the last campaign with 2 comfortable wins. And the early evidence of 6 goals in those first 2 matches suggests the class of 2021 has the calibre to see the White Swans flying high yet again. This afternoon they welcome Marco's men. The Tigers of Balestier are winless after their opening salvos, having thrown away a 3-1 lead against the Young Lions before losing at home against the Stags on Wednesday night.
But Jumbo, Zuzul and Kiki will be looking to get them back on the winning trail tonight. It's Swans Tigers, Albirex Niigata against Balestier Khalsa. It's now and it's live.
Hello everyone and welcome to Sunday Sunset Football here in the AIA Singapore Premier League. For the first time this season, our feature match features the defending champions, Albirex Niigata, as they take on Marco Krajovic's Balestier Khalsa. Can't wait to get stuck in to what are the final couple of games on match day 3 after all the drama of yesterday. As well as the game here, of course, there's another match going on simultaneously at our Tampines hub. Last year's runners-up, Tampines Rovers, taking on Tang Chong Pagar United, who are now something like 2,337 days without a win in the AIA Singapore Premier League. But they've got the kind of fight that could cause an upset at OTH tonight. We, of course, though, focus for the most part on what's happening here at the Jurong East Stadium. And I have to start with a bit of bad news. Of course, Singapore didn't get where it is today by letting a little bit of lightning bother us, but the lightning warning system is in effect, so we are anticipating a slightly delayed kickoff to the 5:30 official time, and wherever you're watching around the world, that's 5:30 GMT plus 8. And to give you some context, it's about 3 minutes past 5 now, so it's very unlikely we'll start at 5:30, but fear not, because we've got the best in the business on our pre-show today. Mr. Roshan Rai, AFC ambassador and former Singapore Premier League player in his own right, is alongside me. Roshan, really looking forward to seeing the champions once again, because they just keep on doing it year after year. They seem to be the fittest team in the league, the best organised team in the league, and it's clearly the most successful.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at them over the first 2 matches in the competition that they've played in so far, they've controlled those games with ease. They create lots of goal-scoring opportunities, lots of chances, and they tend to dominate the opposition. You mentioned the fitness levels. It's incredible to see. I mean, the tactical organization that they've got as well, how they move together as a unit. I'm delighted to be here to have a look at them up close as well, and I'm going to be so sort of looking forward to seeing how Balestier actually deal with that in terms of their setup in this game.
Yeah, Balestier Khalsa still winless, but Marco Krajovic's men gave Albirex a mighty scare at Bishan Roshan last season in a thrilling 2-2 draw that had everything, including a floodlight failure. Now listen, obviously, because of the delayed kickoff, we will give you your usual pre-match preview and in-depth analysis of both teams. But it'd be remiss of me not to ask Roshan his opinions on what happened yesterday at Jalan because the first real big shock of the season. If you haven't checked it out yet, we'll hope to bring you the highlights a little later on in this show. But don't forget, all the highlights available on the AIA Singapore Premier League's Facebook page. The Billionaire Boys, the Sailors, stuffed 3-1 by Clement Teo's Cheetahs in an incredible match, really.
Really good game of football. And I think, Hougang went into it with that perfect sort of game plan. They were saying to the Lion City Sailors, that's fine. You want to have the ball, you want to play out from the back, we'll give it to you, but we're going to press you. We're going to make sure that we try and win those balls in those areas further up the pitch. We're going to try and force errors from you. And that's what they did, leading to that goal that Tomoyuki Doi scored. The back pass from Tajeli, not dealt with by Hassan Sani, and it turned out to be a simple finish in the end. But Hougang United deserve a lot of credit for their intensity in their play, the aggression in their play. They didn't sit back in their own half and just look to counter-attack. They set up high, they were aggressive, they won the ball, they forced those errors. And then on the other side of the ball, when they did have to sit a little bit deeper, didn't allow Lion City Sailors to get a sniff in that game. Couldn't really create any sort of opportunities in that one.
If you're a Lion City Sailors fan, worrying times I'd suggest, obviously only early on in the season, but I say early, we must remember in Singapore, even with the 3 rounds this year, it's only a 21-game season, so to be off the pace with 3 games gone and already suffering your first defeat doesn't already leave much leeway for error. We'll try and analyse that game in a bit more depth should the delay continue here, so don't go anywhere, but as we tend to do when we're present at the stadium and have the great company of Roshan, let's start our analysis of the game we're bringing you live across Singtel Star Hub, the AIA Singapore Premier League Facebook page and One Play Sports tonight. Because Albirex Niigata, it's been a conveyor belt of stars for them over not just the last couple of years, 4 of the last 5 seasons they've been champions. And whereas we've been featuring all the new signings for clubs throughout the course of the season so far, we need 2 pages to go through all of Albarex's signings because that's their philosophy. They're shipping in new players, and don't fall into the trap that all these players, Roshan, are just like graduates from high school and university. They've got a couple of really interesting players that they've brought on loan, and one that's got a bit of a link to a current J1 player as well. But what names stand out from you there on what you've seen so far?
Well, it has to be Tsuboy, Kiyoshiro Tsuboy from Tokushima Vortis. And, he's had time at Blaubit Akita as well in the lower leagues of Japan. But when these guys come over, Kosuke Chiku in central midfield has been another player who's been outstanding. You can see the pedigree that he has there. Urawa Reds under 15 as well. So they get really good education, footballing education growing up. Nicky Melvin Singh has been impressive for me, having had his opportunities with this Albirex side, being one of those local players starting matches, and he's shown great energy out in those wider positions.
And of course, Takehiro Tezuka, a goal scorer already this season. His elder brother is playing for Yokohama in J1. And over the page, there's more. Never ends, does it? Great to see some interesting young Singaporeans getting the chance at Albirex this season, because we'll talk about Gareth Lowe. I think he's got injury problems at the moment, but he's benefited from his time at Albirex and is now, of course, with today's opponents, Balestier Khalsa. But yeah, I mean, the thing that mystifies me about Albirex, how do you keep up the high standards when you literally change a whole new squad?
Yeah, the scouting, then you have to give credit to the scouting. It's been fantastic, hasn't it? I mean, every year you sort of got to send out people to go over to Japan and look at players and look at videos and go and watch them play in person. And you have to give credit to whoever's looking at these players and bringing them in, because they've got the right attitude, they've got the right skills, the right qualities, because they almost seem to hit the ground running. I mean, Tsuboy comes in and he starts scoring goals for fun. They start dominating matches despite all the changes that they've had. So again, a lot of credit to the scouting department, but also the coaching department in terms of how they work with these players to get their ideas across very quickly. I just want to bring up a very interesting point as well. I like the fact that we've got lots of Singaporean players in this Albirex Niigata side. I think that was a fantastic move because it exposes our young players to a different level of training, a different level of coaching. You're training twice a day in these sides. You see how these guys, how professional some of these guys are. And we've heard of players who have come into this Albirex Niigata side, go out and go and join some of the other local clubs, and they speak glowingly of their time spent at this club. So I think it's great to sort of impart those culture, that sort of culture and those things into some of our younger players coming through.
I'd agree with you to a point on that, and I think in the long term, you're right, it helps their development. But one frustrating thing last season, and obviously Gareth Lowe with Balestier Khalsa, with that under-23 rule, it was the Singaporeans that were always hooked off first, mostly at half-time. So Albirex have been ruthless with that. But I suppose these are youngsters, so in the bigger picture, it's good for their long-term development. Short-term frustration, worth it for long-term development.
Yeah, I think so. And I think, again, you sort of develop as well in your day-to-day. You know, it's not just matches. Yes, matches are important, but your day-to-day, you're sort of developing yourself, training with good players, seeing what that culture of excellence, I would say, is like. What was encouraging for me to see was, I think Nicky Melvin Singh played about 70 minutes or so in that first match. So again, it's down to these players to then, when they do get the opportunity, to then show that you're actually better than the guys you're playing with, and show that you deserve more minutes. So they get the opportunity to do that. Then it's down to you now to develop and show what you can do on the pitch.
Yeah, no accident that Albirex are four times champions in the last 5 years. The organisation, the structure throughout the whole club, the work they do in the community, the wonderful cheerleaders. That, for me, has been the biggest problem with COVID-19. We don't get the cheerleaders before the game. That's when we'll truly know that the COVID-19 situation is past, when those hundreds of youngsters, the Albirex cheerleaders, are back on the pitch pre-match. So that's the conveyor belt of stars for Albirex. And we've got a great contrast with their opponents today, Balestier, because Marko Krajovic has kept the nucleus of the side. I can't remember the last time a Singapore Premier League club retained all 4 foreigners from the previous campaign. That's what's happened here. Just 5 new signings, of course. One of them we mentioned from Albirex Niigata. Amir Hakim, a good signing, but they've kept some continuity from the last campaign.
They certainly have, in terms of not just the foreign players, but some of the local players as well. In terms of the signings that you've pointed out there, Amir Hakim has looked really good in central defence, got himself a money. I'm hearing a lot about him. I remember him playing with Tampines Rovers as well, perhaps got a few injuries, struggled, lost his way a little bit, but he's back here in the professional ranks. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do with this Balestier Khalsa side this season. But yeah, continuity going forward. They've got players who understand what is required of them, players who know what Marco wants out of them, and if they're happy with their contribution so far, which they should be. I mean, when you've got Shuhei Yoshino with his 4 goals and 4 assists last season, you got Zuzul scoring 6 goals for them last season as well, contributing on that front, contributing up front. These are players who are playing their part. They are taking that side to a next level. They are in those situations where they're putting the ball into the back of the net, then that's all you can really do. And if they're happy with them, stick around. And, you know, with the situation in COVID around the world as well, it could have been tricky in terms of looking to try and get new players to come in with the restrictions and things like that. So I guess they decided, you know, happy with what I've got, happy with our lot, let's keep it safe.
And of course, so we talk about Hoshino, a leading goal scorer in Albarex's colours in years gone by. He leads the line today because, incidentally, the big team news is that Zulzu's only on the bench today. We'll get more on that from Farah a little later on in the show. Obviously, Kiki Krychek's class is there for all to see. But at the back, slightly unheralded, and he missed a large part of the end of last season because Marco knew he was going to keep him and wanted to keep him fresh. Ensar, big Bruno at the back. Yep. He, for me, is an old-school centre-back, very much in the fashion of Maxa, who's had such a great start to the season for Hougang. He's lethal at set pieces, and he's going to be a handful for those lethal Albirex starters up front to deal with. Yeah,
I think so. And you mentioned lethal at set pieces. He's got 3 goals in his 5 appearances last season. Obviously, had bad luck with his injuries. So it's great to see him. Hopefully, steers clear of those injury concerns, and he can be that leader at the back for them. They really missed a player like that last season. I think defensively at times, Balestier a little bit all over the place. Yes, I know they've conceded 3 goals in their first match this season. But look, let's see what they can do if he builds a partnership in there with Amir Hakim.
Albirex haven't been beaten here by Balestier since 2015. That's a long time ago, but it's not altogether bad news because they came here last season and beat Tanjung Pagar at Jurong East. So Marko Krajovic's men have a job on. One of the games of last season, incidentally, was the 2-2 draw between these sides at Bishan. It had everything. A thrilling game. I think they were 2-1 up in the closing minutes. And then the floodlights went. They got the floodlights back on and Albirex came on equalised. That was a cracking game. So we've been blessed so far. I think we're averaging just over 4 goals a game. And hopefully we'll get a repeat of what we saw last season.
Yeah, I remember this game well, actually. I mean, Balestier, to the credit, they played to their strengths, and what you're going to expect from them is what we usually see from Marco and the way he sets his side up, to be defensively solid, defensively sound, trying to be nice and compact, physically looking to put you under a little bit of pressure, and then working in those set pieces, working on those counter-attacks. You see, it's a little bit agricultural, some would say, at times, but it works. I mean, you've got to play to your strengths, you've got to work with what you've got, and they were very successful in this game. Unfortunately, they couldn't hold out for that win there. Hoshino scoring against his former side. And then at the end, despite that floodlight failure, Albirex were able to drag themselves back and get a point out of this. So, I mean, if this is anything to sort of go by, we're in for a night of good drama.
And Taniguchi, one of the goal scorers there, is one of the few stars that Albirex have retained for this campaign. So I'm just awaiting word on the updated kickoff time. I don't think we've got a confirmed time yet, but one thing's clear. I'm just looking, do excuse me, do excuse the rudeness. I'm just looking, arching over Roshan's shoulder there, and the lightning warning system is still flashing. So do stay with us. There it is, confirmation. Nice work from our top-class director there, Mr. Nitin Nambiar. Do stay with us because, as I say, if we have a slightly longer delay, it'll be fascinating to get Roshan's thoughts on yesterday's 2 great games. Another big result for the Young Lions. We're talking all about the problems Aurelio Vidmar's got. About time we started peeping some praise, I think, on Pipo Orr, who's had a great start to his tenure at the Young Lions. And, of course, we'll continue our build-up to a game that will come, whether we have to wait from now till 8 o'clock or whenever. Hopefully not too far away. It's Albirex Niigata. The champs are here entertaining Balestier Khalsa. It's coming up live. Stay with us. Lightning warning system still on. I'm told at the moment if we can get that lightning warning system off by 5:30, we could be good for a 6:15 kickoff. So fingers crossed, everybody, but stay with us. We'll keep you entertained between now and when tonight's big match starts, and we'll also keep you up to date with what the news is regarding a lightning warning system at Tampines, our Tampines hub, where Tampines are entertaining Tanjung Pagar United, because I'm just doing my geography here. This must be the biggest distance between stadiums in the Singapore Premier League, Jurong East and our Tampines hub. That must be the biggest geographical distance in this wonderful little red dot.
I would think so.
So we'll get an update for you. But don't forget, that game is also going to be live on Singtel Star Hub, the AIA Singapore Premier League Facebook page, and One Play Sports as well. As promised, I think in a little while we're going to be showing you the best of yesterday's action as we keep you entertained in the build-up to kick-off here. But we will focus a little bit more on some of those new names you're going to be seeing in the colours of Albirex this afternoon, or this evening, as it's probably going to look like, starting with maybe another goal-scoring machine that uncovered, because they've had Sabo, they've had Oshino, of course, is now with Balestier. They've just got striker after striker.
Yep.
Tomoyuki Doi putting up trees with Haugang already. And in Suboy, it looks like they found another gem.
It certainly does. And again, you just credit the level of scouting that they've got going on, bringing players in and getting off to a fantastic start. I mean, this was a bit of a gimme in terms of that free kick that's come in, but overall his movement has been excellent for Albirex up front. And when he gets it in the box, he's such a dangerous player as well. This is a lovely header. Just peels away and gets a little bit of time and space from the central defenders. His movement is excellent in terms of how he runs across the line, how he uses the blind side of defenders, and the timing of his movement as well to meet crosses that might come in. So he's not killing the spaces ahead of him. He holds his run in certain situations, waits for that timing to arrive, and then applies the finish. He's also got a couple of assists for them already. So, I mean, great start to his time here. You talk about players coming from overseas and needing time to settle down. He's saying that's absolute nonsense.
And we're going to talk about the Lion City Sailors in a little bit, as the rain, I'm afraid, gets a little bit heavier here at Jurong East. But one thing that has to impress you is these players from Albirex Niigata were late arrivals. I mean, seriously late arrivals.
Yes.
They didn't enjoy as long a pre-season as most of the new contingent of players for the other AIA SPL clubs, which makes it even more impressive.
Absolutely. And again, it's sort of, when you hear other clubs talk about, you know, he's only had a few weeks of training, he's not really adjusted, he's not really gelled well, it kind of makes a little bit of a mockery of it all, doesn't it? I mean, and then you got Albirex, who constantly have to change their players around, bring new players in, and then they hit the ground running.
And you never hear excuses from them on anything.
No, you don't. And look, I know people out there might get sick and tired of us singing their praises, but it's deserved. You know, you just have to tell it like it is. If they're doing well, they're playing well, they've got a good structure going on, then you've got to give them credit for it.
We've got to blame them for something. Should we blame them for the weather? Come on, Albirex, sort your home ground weather out. Another player to keep an eye out for is Tezuka. His brother is playing for Yokohama in J1, 2 years younger than that man, and he's another threat from set pieces. As we've seen from Albirex, they like to throw their defenders forward, and he fits that.
Yeah, he certainly does. And, you know, he started this first game against Haugang playing in central defense. But that last game against the Young Lions, he actually had to move into central midfield after Nagasawa was out injured, so they had to reshuffle a little bit. Kunimoto went into central defense. He moved into that sort of midfield position, that holding role, allowed Chiku then that license to sort of get forward a little bit more. Taniguchi was then pushed a little bit further forward to link up with Suboy. So, you know, he's just showing his flexibility once again. And I think they've come from the same university as well. Tezuka and Chiku, Tsukuba University, if I'm not mistaken. So they'll be familiar with each other as well, which will help their understanding in those positions.
And again, for those not familiar with the Japanese university system, I mean, it's slightly different to Singapore in that you get these boys going there specifically with a focus on their studies, but clearly with one eye on football. It's not like Singapore where it's all work, and maybe some university games if you're lucky. I mean, they go there with an eye on their football development specifically, don't they? Yeah,
I just got a little bit distracted just there looking away because I saw my old coach, Marco, waving at me. He looks a little bit happy. Looks confident going into this game. But you're absolutely right. I mean, these different countries, they work differently. The systems are completely different. And it's not unusual to see J1 sides pick up university kids who go on there. Mitoma, for example, playing with Frontal. He was playing university football just a couple of seasons ago, and he's tearing it up in J1 for the champions.
How Frontali have kept on of him, I do not know. If you haven't heard that name yet, and you haven't caught J1 recently, keep an eye on Mitoma, because he's bound for Europe at the end of this season. I think they're keeping him to have a tilt at the AFC Champions League. And then, of course, great thing, we can talk about the AFC Champions League now, because Tampines are playing in it for Singapore, so it's editorially relevant. What a refreshing thing to be doing. Talking about the Singapore Premier League and the AFC Champions League group stage is editorially relevant.
It's brilliant, isn't it, that we've got another Singaporean side in the group stages of the AFC Champions League. The last time we had one was in 2010 with Singapore Armed Forces, so now we've got another Singaporean side in there.
Go on, say it.
No.
Every time he wants to get in, he played in the AFC Champions League for the...
like you said, it's relevant to the show, isn't it?
See, you've got me on my own game there. It is editorially relevant. Speaking of Albirex Niigata, obviously we've seen so many of their players fly high with other SPL clubs. The longest serving example of that, Yuichi Ichikawa at Geylang. It feels like he's Singaporean now. He's been at Geylang for nearly a decade. Obviously, we saw brilliant play yesterday from Yamazaki, who kept Shardad in his pocket playing for Haugang against the Lion City Sailors. But Balestier have benefited as well, because the top scorer for Albirex in their title-winning season of a couple of years back is now a Tiger. He was there last year as well in Hoshino. One concern I've always had with him and Zuzu is maybe they're a little bit too similar. With Zuzu not in the starting lineup tonight, we're going to see what Hoshino can do as almost a lone frontman against this former side.
Yeah, again, it's going to be interesting. I think at times last season, Hoshino actually had to sacrifice a little bit in terms of being that player who was the creator rather than that out-and-out striker for Balestier Khalsa. It allowed Zuzul to play as that target man, plays that main forward, whereas Hoshino was given sometimes license to sort of roam. But we're seeing his capabilities here. Great strength. Once he gets in behind defenders, once he gets into the penalty area, he's a deadly finisher. And already scored 2 goals this season, 2 wonderful goals in their first game against the Young Lions as well. So he certainly has those qualities. Let's remember back in 2018 when he was playing for Albirex Niigata, I think he scored 19 goals in 24 appearances in the SPL. And then he went away to Korea, didn't quite work out for him in Busan Transportation, came back to Balestier Khalsa. I mean, have a look at that strike, Patrick. That's brilliant. You talk about penalty box players, this guy's a lot more than that, with the finishing that he displays in those positions as well.
And again, we talked already about the continuity. You've got 4 essentially, haven't you? Jumbo, Zuzu, Kiki, and Bruno at the back. These guys know each other. One thing Marco, and you know this better than anyone, harbours is a great team ethic, a great team spirit. Yeah. And the fact that all 4 foreigners are used to each other is going to give them an advantage.
It certainly should do. It certainly should do. And I think I find that these guys have good quality, good quality foreigners. You mentioned Christian Krajcek there. Again, his energy in those midfield positions, how he sets up chances, how he creates for them. I think it was 3 goals and 4 assists for them last season. He's not afraid to have a crack at goal from midfield. He's also not afraid to get his foot stuck in and give away a few free kicks, a few fouls. I looked at their lineup today, and I think it's a little bit different. You know, the first 2 games they've gone with a 4-4-2. They've gone with the 2 sort of number 9s, as we say. You know, Hoshino up with Zuzul. This time around, it seems like they might just pack the midfield a little bit more. Maybe drop Krajcek in there, make it a 5 across the middle with Hoshino just as that player up front for them. So I mean, the setup's going to be interesting to see if we get a game of football here, because it's absolutely pouring down.
I'll have no talk like that. We will play. I think the cut-off time, by the way, for kickoffs this season, and I'm just going to defer to the representative from the Football Association of Singapore here. It's 9 o'clock or 9:30, the kickoff cut-off time. 9 o'clock?
Well, whatever it is, you're going to have 4 or 5 hours of us, which is
don't worry,
which is horrible for these guys.
We won't put you through that. We are going to fill up the next half an hour with some entertaining stuff, including a look back at that incredible game of the season so far, the Sailors and Hougang. What a result that was for Clementio's boys. But while we wait for kickoff here, we have got the team news for you, so I think it's appropriate that we check in with the teams now, starting with Albirex Niigata. And again, none of this moaning about 3 games in a week. There's an international break on the way. They retained the same starting lineup that was so impressive in midweek. And again, you know, they haven't got the consistency in the squad, but when the squad's together, he knows his best side.
Yeah, look, I mean, no need to make any changes because it's going so well for them at the moment. Unless there's someone injured or suspended, I think as a coach in there, if your players are fit, you know there are no injury issues, nothing to be concerned about. You've got that international break coming up as well. Things are flowing with this side. They're building that synergy, and they already look very good. So there's no real need to sort of change things up and shake it up a little too much. But he does have options on the bench. Kuraba Kondo, that's an interesting name as well. Someone looking forward to potentially coming on. Quite a highly rated young Japanese player, represented Japan at the youth international level. So let's see what he can do if he gets an opportunity to come on.
And the captain is a mainstay, isn't he, Hashioka? He's a real unit. Taniguchi. No Nagasawa, which is a disappointment. He misses out with injury. But other than that, Albirex looking very strong. As for the visitors, Balestier Khalsa, well, they make 2 changes to the team that went down narrowly to Tampines. And I was speaking to Marco earlier. They had a goal chalked off late that they were very disappointed about. In comes Faisal and Armature here, and obviously the one thing that stands out there is Zuzu on the bench. But if he's on the bench, presumably he's certain to play a part at some stage. As is Gareth Lowe, who was expected to miss out, but he's named on the bench as well.
Yeah, I think, again, as I mentioned, they're probably looking at a bit more protection in central midfield. I could see Arish Kumar, and they're just trying to protect that defense. And perhaps Faisal Rafi sitting in there in that position. Krajcek as well can just slot into those central positions, with Hoshino being that number 9, that target man for them, looking to link up with his teammates. They'll be looking to try and hit Albirex Niigata in quick counter-attacking situations. Hazwan Halim is a player that I really enjoy watching over the last few years or so. He's been absolutely outstanding for Balestier Khalsa. Starts out on that left-hand side, but has got that license to roam into those central positions. Loves taking players on. Very quick to get in behind opposition defenses as well.
And I have to thank the wonderful AIA Singapore Premier League website's match previews are telling me that the last time that Balestier won here in 2015, Zaiful is the only player playing now that was in the squad that day for Balestier Khalsa. So he's the only one that remembers what it's like to beat the Japanese juggernauts here. But they did remember win here last season against Tanjung Pagar United. I'm afraid the rain is only getting heavier. The lightning warning system's still flashing. We'll do our best to keep you updated. When I come back in a couple of minutes, I'll tell you what the state of play is at our Tampines hub as well, where Tampines are waiting to take on Tanjung Pagar United. But it's handy to have Rosh in here when we've got the delay, because when we return, we'll show you the best of yesterday's action with the thoughts of Roshan Roy on what was a horror show for the Lion City Sailors. It's now very much for them, all hands on deck. Stay with us. live. The rain is falling heavier. There's no sign of that little red siren going off, unfortunately, so we are still in a kick-off hold here. I have to say, the latest we heard of 6:15, I think might be a tad optimistic at this stage, but the good news is that we have got live AIA Singapore Premier League action in focus, and you can find it on Singtel Star Hub, the AIA Singapore Premier League Facebook page, or One Play Sports. You can just about pick it up there. They're underway at our Tampines hub. Tampines and Tanjabgar United joined Chesau and Hark over there for that one. They've played 4 minutes. What a fantastic crystal clear stream that is. And it's still goalless. Many thanks indeed. So they're underway at Tampines. But again, if you can't bear watching that, and that's what I recommend you do, go and watch the live action there. But let's use Roshan's presence here to look back at the action from yesterday. We'll take a look at the Young Lions' gritty draw against Dengan after we run you through the highlights from yesterday's incredible match at Jalan Besar, where the Lion City Sailors sunk by the Cheetahs. Afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Saturday night Sunset Football live from the Jalan Besar Stadium. It's match day 3 in the AIA Singapore Premier League, and a meeting between the teams that were most impressive in midweek. The Sailors annihilating Tanjabgar in the second half, and Hougang doing the same to Geylang in their second stanza. An advantage maybe for Hougang, not that they possibly deserve it. Fabian Quaggis got through to Tomoyuki Doi. What a start this would be! Great save, Hassan Sunny. Gilberto's making real movement up against Stipe again, goes deep. Hassan Sunny comes, doesn't get their chance. Oh, it's got in! And it's Lionel Tan, and they deserve the lead. Hassan Sunny, having made one great save already in this match, was at fault there. And Lionel Tan capitalises. And the Cheetahs have come to the Sailors and taken a first half lead. It better be all hands on deck now, because it's Lion City Sailors 0, Hougang United 1. Hassan Sunny has to get more in it, but he comes like that. And quite frankly, it was as simple as Lionel Tan reacting quicker than Amaral. Well, they're picking up here where they left off on Wednesday night. Hougang, 2 goals in the last 10 minutes. And there's a loose pass as well. Hassan Sunny's not got there again. Tomoyuki Doi is going to be 2. Hassan Sunny's having a shocker. And Tomoyuki Doi is passed. And Hougang have done to the Sailors what the Sailors did to Tampines here a week ago. They scored twice in less than a minute. And what on earth does Aurelio Vidmar do now? Shocking defending, shocking goalkeeping, and Hougang United get what they deserve, just as the Lion City Sailors do when they defend like that. Tomoyuki Doi, with his 3rd goal in a week, he goes to the joint top of the scoring charts. And what on earth does Aurelio Vidmar do here? Oh, Max that back to Mukundon. And that's inviting unnecessary pressure, and Mukundon slips up. Sogol Yong for another, squares it, plays it out, they can't put it away. Comes to Faris Ramley, and a great save from Mukundon, who redeems himself. But what on earth was Maxat thinking? Asking for trouble, tippy-tapping the football in that situation, and having made the mistake, Mukundon made amends, but it's still a corner. Maxat's got work to do here, and Mukundon does really well, but needs some help here. The referee was obstructing Fabian Quag. What a save by Mukundon. Well, that would have been a controversial goal, and it got in because the referee obstructed Fabian Quag. He's trying to get back to defend that. But Mukundon again. What a start to this season that boy's having after the disaster of that early mistake on Wednesday. Oh, but hang on a second. Tomoyuki Doi with a clear shot through at goal. Tomoyuki Doi! Great save, Hassan Sunny. Should really be 3-0 there. They stood off Tomoyuki Doi. And this time Hassan Sunny does produce a moment of the kind of goalkeeping that we know he's capable of. Hafiz, of course, who played... Oh, they've got a 3rd! Tomoyuki Doi out of nothing! The Sailors have been caught with their trousers down again, and Hougang have taken full advantage. Goodness gracious me, Tomoyuki Doi, 2 on the night, 4 on the season. And it looked very innocuous. Sailors all over the place defensively. Hassan Sunny didn't see it coming. Goodness gracious me, Tajeli very half-hearted. And they have got a 3rd. Over the top, Sogol Yong. Edge of the area, Song, Stipe, pulls it back over the bar from Gabriel Quack. Here's Gabriel Quack. We're going to see Anders Applin for the final 11.5 minutes. Shardan. It's chested down by Steve, going to get the shot away. He can, and it's wide. And you have to say, that's the closest they've come. Song Yong, that's a lovely weighted pass by Song Yong. Might come to Stipe, he's going to score this time. No, he's not. He's put it wide. Here's Adam Swandy. He's looked lively, Swandy. Mukundan spills it, and now they get the goal back. Stipe. Well, Mukundan with the error, that means there'll be no clean sheet. And with 5.5 to play, is there a twist in the tail? Stipe Plasibat with his third of the season. Hafiz away, and that will do it. Our referee, German Zaiton, blows for full time, and make no mistake about it, a coaching masterclass by Clement Teo has seen the Cheetahs win their second game on the bounce and condemn the Lion City Sailors to their first defeat of the season, and it was a comprehensive defeat at that. 2 goals in a 60-second spell in the first half. The first by Lionel Tan after Hassan Sunny failed to clear a corner, and then seconds later when Hassan Sunny was at fault again and Tomoyuki Doi pounced, put the Cheetahs in at the break, 2 up. Aurelio Vidmar threw on the $3 million signing Diego Lopez and Gabriel Quack at half-time, but frankly, it made next to no difference, and it was the Hougang Cheetahs that scored the third. Tomoyuki Doi, as the Sailors' defence stood still, got the third goal that all but secured the points. There was a late consolation for Stipe Plasibat after Mukundan spilled an Adam Swandy cross, who arguably was the most impressive of the Sailors' substitutes. But the Sailors are beaten, and the Cheetahs with 6 points in a week leapfrog both Tampines and the Sailors to sit second in the AIA Singapore Premier League tonight. It's finished. Lion City Sailors 1, Hougang United 3. And as I spoke there last night, that win did take Hougang into second spot. But as I stand here right now, an early goal by Madhu Mahana, who goes by the name of Madhu Macintosh on social media. I need to get to the bottom of that. Has given Tampines an early lead against Tanjung Pagar. So the Stags in front early at OTH. That's a game you can watch live if you don't want to listen to Roshan and myself talking. Who can blame you? Live on Singtel Star Hub, the AIA Singapore Premier League Facebook page, and One Play Sports as well. And Shazad Hark on duty in the commentary box there will keep you up to date with when we're actually going to have kick-off here. But let's give Roshan a chance to reflect on that game yesterday. And I'm going to lead you in with this question. Did Clement Teo out-coach Aurelio Vidmar yesterday?
You'd have to say so. You'd have to say so. I mean, you look at the way they sort of set up themselves in that game, Hougang. And again, there was good aggression in their pressing. There was good sort of structure in their play. You know, they were very smart to close down where they were. All of the pitch players were moving together. And that's the important bit about pressing. You've got to make sure that you're moving together in between the lines as well, that the spaces are tight. Because if that sort of pressing shape breaks, if one is going, the other one doesn't come and cover, then you've got an opportunity for Lion City Sailors to sort of play out from that, which at times they did. Of course they did. Credit to them. But they applied a lot of pressure. They forced a lot of mistakes, and they got the opportunities. One on that set piece from Lionel getting that goal, and then the back pass that was forced towards from Tajeli into Hassan Sunny, and the speed that Doi goes in. You know, he reads that back pass coming through. It's under hit a little bit, quickly on to apply the pressure, takes full advantage of that. I'd go along and agree with your question there. I think it was a fantastic job from Hougang United, and the coaching staff deserve a lot of credit, and the players deserve a lot of credit as well for working together as a unit in that game.
I mean, let's get it right. With football, the most famous example, I think, the 1988 FA Cup final when Wimbledon beat Liverpool 1-0. One of those days where whatever Liverpool did, they missed a penalty. They just couldn't score. It was Wimbledon's day. It was different there yesterday. Hougang, the scoreline didn't flatter them.
Agree. Again, it wasn't a situation of Hougang just sort of sitting back, defending their own penalty area. Yeah, maybe at times in a game you're going to have to do that. You're going to have to suffer a little bit. But it wasn't the case at all. You know, they were actually going out and putting Lion City Sailors under pressure, not making it easy for these players. They could have easily have just been overall, look at the team sheet and say, this guy's a national player, this guy's this, that guy's that. They brought someone in for $3 million and you know, who are we in terms of... You didn't see signs of that at all. There was no fear.
But that leads me into actually my next point, because you're saying they're looking at the team sheet not getting overawed. The Lion City Sailors go out and spend $3 million on a player. It's a 21-game season in the Singapore Premier League, a 3-round season. You're 3 games in. You know Albirex are going to struggle to drop points. You know Tampines are going to be hot on their heels. If you're the Lion City Sailors, when you've made that investment, when you have got the target on your back, only really, let's face it, a serious title tilt will do. They didn't make a serious title tilt last season. You sign Lopez for $3 million. Doesn't play in the first game. Okay, he's acclimatising, whatever. We'll give you that. We've already talked about these Albirex players who get straight off the plane, jog around the pitch a couple of times, and they're out and starting. Second game, He comes on in the second half here against Tanjung Pagar when they beat them 5-0, and then he's not starting yesterday. What are they doing? How can you spend that kind of money, unheralded, unprecedented in Singaporean history, and not start that guy?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's an interesting one, and I think exactly what you're saying. And there'll be lots of people out there who'll agree with you. Everybody wants to see him starting matches, and the expectation is that if you spend that sort of money, people want to see him play. People want to see him from the start, not come in on at half-time. There'll be all sorts of talk about, you know, he's acclimatizing, he's getting adjusted to it. Sure, we'll see in time whether it is a signing that was worthwhile for these Lion City Sailors. But at the moment, it's not quite working out for them because the balance overall in the squad, and you mentioned it on your commentary as well, about how, you know, you can have all the fantastic attacking talent that you want. Defensively, they just don't look quite right at the moment. They're making a few individual errors.
Worse than last year defensively. That was their problem last year.
There have been a few individual errors in their play, as we said. I mean, you look at that first game against Tampines, the Yasir Hanapi scoring that third goal. Yeah. I mean, it's an innocuous little ball into the box, and it makes its way all the way through.
But the third Hougang goal was like that. They were just all stood like statues. And tell me, it was a turn.
So, and I agree with you. And I think also as well, we can criticize the coaches, and sure, the buck stops with them because they're the ones making the decisions. They're the one getting paid the big bucks, sending the team out. But the players have also, on the pitch, have got to take responsibility. And you expect a lot more, Patrick. Let's be honest. You expect a lot more from some of these guys because they are national team players. You know, Hassan Sani is normally Mr. Reliable, and he's been outstanding for Singapore football over the years. But he wasn't at his best.
He's having a bad spell, not just
having a bit of a bad spell. You know, we saw a mistake from Tajeli yesterday. We saw the ball go all the way through in that first game against Tampines. They were brilliant against Tanjung Pagar United, sure. 5-0, they won that one. Stipe Plazibat has come out on social media, and they're fighting words. He says, you know, you can say what you want about us right now. We deserve it. But he's saying we guarantee that's not going to be the way at the end of the season. Let's see where they are. So, yeah, you mentioned it's a long season, plenty of matches to go. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. But at the moment, you know, your results, it's not in a vacuum. Your results are based on what other teams are doing as well. And with Albirex off to that flying start, it's already going to build them a little bit of a cushion if they go on and pick up another 3 points here.
Bottom line is they dropped 5 points after 3 games. And as you say, listen, we want them to succeed because it's an exciting project, may encourage more people like Forest Lee to come forward and get behind Singapore football. So I think we want them to succeed, but something not quite right there. And I think we must leave the last word on that game to Hougang because they were simply sensational. Clement Teo, coaching performance, I think since I've been working on the Singapore Premier League over the last couple of seasons, it was wonderful. You got Lionel Tan, first ever goal, I didn't realise, for Lionel Tan yesterday. Maxat's much improved. I mean, they've got it going on.
They do. They look good. And I mean, the thing about them now is when you looked at that game, and we were there at that game against Geylang as well, where they looked comfortable. They had a good partnership in attack. I mean, Gilberto and Doi up front look a very strong partnership in those forward positions. You've got a guy in there who's comfortable playing in behind that last line, Tomoyuki Doi. You've got a striker in Gilberto who's comfortable holding off the ball and running at defenders and holding off those challenges as well. So, you know, it's all about finding the right sort of shape and the right sort of formula. But just as we can't put Lion City Sailors down too much, I don't think we can get too carried away with Hougang as well. I mean, it's been a great start. Disappointing the first game against Albirex, but they bounced back really well. You have to credit them for that. You have to credit them for the fact that they played really well against Lion City Sailors. But look, again, we're still in early days here. I don't want to be one of those guys that's standing here next week and then, or whenever we restart and then they lose a game and then we've got to contradict ourselves once again.
Yeah, but I know a knee-jerk's always a worry, and there is a tendency in football generally now to react too much to one result, whether you're a pundit, you're a fan, even the players do it. But I'm saying it again, 21-game season, 3 games gone, and ultimately they could find themselves 5 points off the pace by the end of today. Right, so don't forget Tampines and Tanjung Pagar still going on. The Stags leading 1-0, courtesy of Madu Mahana after 6 minutes. That win, if it stays like that, will take them second. Might even take them top, depending on what happens here later on tonight. A reminder, our kickoff is delayed. The rain is easing off, but the lightning warning system is still going on. So while we have that couple of moments to spare, let's look back at the other game from yesterday. It was, again, at our Tampines Hub, like today's matches, Getting International up against the Young Lions. Shazad Hart with the commentary.
Hello and welcome. Very good evening to you from the Our Tampines Hub for the AIA Singapore Premier League match between Geylang International and Young Lions. Two teams that perhaps might feel that they haven't had the best of starts, on paper at least. There's Kyron, surges forward, plays that out wide to Daniel, who gets to the ball. It's a heavy first touch. He still gets the cross in. Now that had just gone out of play. And he whips one in, the flag stays down. Silvano, he's denied. Well, we'll have a good view of it from here. He's onside, that's great movement. There's certainly a lot of attention on him, and Kyron gets a yellow card for his troubles. Silvano, it's bounced nicely for him, he goes for goal! Oh, what a brilliant strike that is! And from out of nothing, Silvano scores the opening goal, turned round and unleashed a thunderbolt into that top corner. Forced Daniel go. Should be an easy take. Oh, he flapped that one a little bit. Zainul Gulam, was there a foul on him by Ilhan? None given. Young Lions will feel they can still get back into this. Geylang International want a goal or two. Daniel Go now advancing. He's got Kairin in front of him. Kairin goes for goal! Oh, he's curled that past Zainul Gulam. Well, Silvano and now Kairin from a similar sort of area have scored. Oh, this one was placed brilliantly. That's a chance there, and a header saved by Zainul Gulam. Venhuizen towards Silvano. And there's enough bodies in the way. It's still alive, and that comes off the crossbar. Would have been another fantastic goal for him. A double save, a save now from Nur Shafiq. Hami, oh, that's not too far away. Cut back onto his left foot, and he left Zainul there standing. Free header, oh, he's pushed that wide, well wide for Daus. Whipped in, there was plenty of pace on this. Yeah, completely misjudged that, didn't he? But it brings to an end this match, which didn't have too many chances. And the final score here at our Tampines Hub in this AIA Singapore Premier League match. It's Geylang International 1, the Young Lions 1.
Lightning warning system still on here at Jurong East. Kickoff is going to be delayed. The rain has stopped. There was a little flash of lightning a moment ago, so I'm not sure. I don't think we're looking much before 7. But do stay with us. We'll keep you up to date as soon as we find out. Shazad Hark, if you leave us shortly to go and watch that ongoing Tampines Tanjung Pagar United game, we'll tell you when we're starting here as well. Quick word on the game we just looked back on, though. Not a good week for Geylang. As good as Hougang have been this week, Geylang have been very disappointed. They've dropped 5 points. And they really should be beating the Young Lions. They took the lead, but a stunning strike, cancelling out another stunning strike in the first goal in Singaporean football for Convalius.
Yeah, again, I mean, for Geylang, disappointing that they dropped the points that they did, losing in midweek as well against Hougang, and you expected a response, which you didn't quite get from them in this game. I guess the positive was Convalius getting himself his first goal in Geylang colours. But this Young Lions side are looking good, aren't they? I mean, they're looking, and they're showing everyone that you're not going to be easy to play against, and will cause a few issues of our own. Kari Nadim, what a talent. 16 years, 316 days old, I think. You know, the youngest player to score 5 goals in the Singapore Premier League. Keep an eye out on him and how he develops.
It's great to see the Young Lions doing so well. And that, of course, is without Jacob Marler, who for me was one of the standout players across the old division last season. He's currently on national service. Obviously, our thoughts with Nasri, who's had that poor turn of health. We hope he's on the mend. But Philippe Pipo has stepped in there. Got to give him some credit as well. The battling qualities they've shown. 3-1 down against Balestier, 3-3. And now coming back to salvage a point against Geylang.
Yeah, again, you got to give credit to Philippe. And I think a lot of us here followed local football for a long time. We know a lot about him as well. You know, having coached at Hougang with the Home United as well. Previously, he was a player back in the day as well in the S-League as it was known. So, you know, you see him training with these boys, and you see what he sort of wants out of them. You know, it's a similar sort of emphasis, similar sort of style when you compare it to the senior national squad as well. And it makes sense. I mean,
and it would work with some of those boys.
And he would have worked with some of those boys as well. You know, so you can see it sort of coming off. They're confident in terms of trying to play out for the back. Yes, mistakes will be made in certain situations, but they're young players. They'll learn, and it's encouraging to see. You know, that fighting spirit, which is, you know, it can't be argued against. That is the minimum that you need. That fight and desire when you go out and play against opposition. That's been there from these boys, so that's good to see as well.
Okay, right, folks, stay with us. We will come back to Jurong East just as soon as we have an idea when kickoff is going to be. The great news is, inadvertently, we're almost going to have back-to-back and overlapping matches because they did kick off on time at our Tampines Hub. The Stags leading Tanjung Pagar United by an early Madhu Mohana goal to 0. You can switch over and watch that. Both games available on Singtel Star Hub, the AIA Singapore Premier League Facebook page, and One Play Sports as well. But we'll sign off just for now. Don't worry, we'll be back in plenty of time for the kickoff here in Sunday's feature matchup. The champs are here, Albirex Niigata against Balestier Khalsa. Rejoin Roshan and myself as we build up to kick off at this one. But in the meantime, enjoy the action from our Tampines Hub. Stay safe. Welcome back live to Jurong East Stadium, where the lightning warning is still in effect, but I'm delighted to say, have we got a shot there that can show the good people at home that the clouds are clearing and the rain has stopped? There you go. You can see it's a bit brighter behind Roshan and myself now, so we are hopeful for kickoff. Not confirmed. The estimated kickoff time last I heard was 7:15. Not confirmed yet. Don't forget the game at our Tampines hub has begun. Tampines leading Tanjong Pagar by a 1-0, scored by Madhu Mahana. Roshan and myself eagerly awaiting the action to start here, but while we sit in a holding pattern, we've already showed you what happened yesterday in the AIA Singapore Premier League. Now let's look back at what happened in the midweek round of fixtures, match day 2. Stay with us.
Welcome to the Toa Payoh Stadium for the AIA Singapore Premier League clash between Balestier Khalsa and Tampines Rovers. Two players definitely to look out for are the two attack-minded midfielders from the two teams. Yasir Hanafi scored 2 against Lion City Sailors. For Balestier Khalsa, it was Shuhei Hoshino who scored 2 spectacular goals. Bosniak finds Kopitovic, strikes, and that's a goal. But the whistle has been blown. Offside flag is up. Yep, he was just a step ahead of the Balestier defense. Amirul. Kopitovic lays it off. And that's a goal for Taufik Suparno. The flag stays down. Taufik gets the first goal for Tampines Rovers. They're in the lead here at Toa Payoh Stadium. The Balestier defense caught napping. Faisal. Krajcek swings it in, and that's a goal. Balestier are back in it. Amir Hakim celebrates. That's his first goal for the club. Just guided it into the back of the net. Finds Madhu. Kopitovic gets his touch there. An immediate reply. Tampines back in front. He's delighted with the goal. That's his first goal of the season. Could be a chance. Oh, and with a goal at his mercy. Zuzul has somehow managed to miss it. Sends one in. Keeper should be favourite for it, but the ball has gone in. Referee had blown the whistle. Bit of confusion here. Referee has waved it off. Chance over the bar. Hoshino, the man there, to miss the last opportunity of the game as the referee blows the whistle to call time. The full-time score, Balestier Khalsa 1, Tampines Rovers 2. Boris Kopitovic with a starring role here. 1 assist and 1 goal to lead the Stags to a famous win here at the Toa Payoh Stadium.
Concentrate here as the Cheetahs take on the Eagles. Don't forget it's Toa Payoh, also live on Singtel Star Hub, the AIA Singapore Premier League Facebook page and One Play Sports.
Very positive player, young man, great with his ability.
Lovely turn from mereka. He's not connected, but he's gone in! Goodness grief! Oh my word, I'm speechless almost. Just like in last season, it's a goalkeeping clanger to end all clangers.
A few patches of water here and there as well.
Well, that's a good through ball, but it's missed out everyone apart from Tomoyuki Doi! It's 1-1 in 9.5 minutes. And it's Gaylang's turn to slip up defensively. Gaylang annihilated them in the first half, and then when they met at OTH, look at this. Skipping and dancing is Idraki. Can the cross find Tomoyuki Doi? It can, and the header's just past the post. What a run from Idraki.
They should be in the lead here, Hougang, just based on the quality of the chances that they've created. Chance quality has been excellent.
And Istin tries to release them through the middle. Zika Stewart could get there. The keeper does well, but it's to a green shirt. Can they finish off here? Chris Van Heusen. Oh, what a wonderful save. I think McCundon got a touch on that, Roshan, and if he hasn't prevented what would have been a certain goal, he's got a long way to redeeming himself after that howler in the early stages. Hougang, he'll have some sunny Sunday afternoons at our Tampines hub. Meanwhile, at the other end, chance for Gilberto, and there might be a penalty shout here, and there is. He's given it. Gaylang incensed. This will take some figuring out. It looked at first glance soft, But Nathan Chan did not hesitate, Roshan. Your thoughts?
Oof, I think there's a bit of a shove in there from Harriet. He panics a little bit. There is an arm. I can see that quite clearly from here. Initially, I thought it wasn't a penalty, but on that replay, I think it's a credit, again, to the referee. I mean, he's got to do this in real time.
Tomoyuki Doi to put the cheaters in front, having trailed early. Great finish. Hyrule can't stop it. And it's Hougang 2, Ganang International 1. And they've recovered brilliantly, the cheaters, and are 40 minutes away from their first win of the season and only their third win here in over a year. Tomoyuki Doi. Oh, that's got everywhere, and it's a great save from Hyrule. It flashed across, and I think it was the skipper Fabian Kwok who couldn't apply the finishing touch, Roshan.
What a chance for Fabian Kwok there as the two teams come off for their water break. Big opportunity for Hougang to get their third goal. What a save from Hyrule. Had to react very quickly. It's going to be an interesting final 10 minutes or so of this game.
Fortuna did really well there, and it might come to Tomoyuki Doi, who gets it back to Hafiz on the edge of the area! There's the ball game! Arguably the best goal of the match, and it should secure the 3 points for Clementio's cheaters. Wonderful finish from the substitute Hafiz. All of a sudden, Geylang losing their shape completely. Gilberto! It's all over now. Gilberto Fortunata with his first goal in the AIA Singapore Premier League. And Hougang have finally found some form at home. They're bashing the Eagles by 4-1. Has given us 16 to add to the tally and a stunning start to the 2021 AIA Singapore Premier League.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Jurong East Stadium. This is match day 2 of the AIA Singapore Premier League season 2021. Technically, the home team today, Tanjong Pagar United FC, takes on red-hot favourites, Lion City Sailors, in a match that we expect goals, judging from what happened on match day 1. Ball out wide again. He's finding a little bit of space, Akari, but the cross has got to come in. The Song with the ball into the box, and this time a little bit more accurate, the cross from Song. Saifullah. Nuradam. A very deep ball in. And is that handball? It is handball. It's given by a referee. 1-0 LCS. Stipe Plazibat. Easy peasy. Sends Fasha Iskandar the wrong way. Shadat will take this one. It will be an outswinger. He's got Akari just outside. The ball comes in. Fasha doesn't come for it. Blake clears it. And a first-time effort from Song! And that is 2-0. LCS. A first-time effort from Song Yong. From that clearance of the free kick from Shadan Sulaiman. Stipe again. Can he get a shot off? No. Out wide again to Akari. And Shadan, he didn't intend that one. And a chance here. And Stipe! And an absolutely brilliant finish from Stipe Plazibat to score his second goal. And you got to say, it was coming the way they were playing the ball around. Chance here for a shot. He does take a shot. And that's his goal number 4. Easy peasy, and he was Song Yong with a glancing header past Fasha. Faris. Oh, look at this. Just running through the middle. He's got Adam. He goes all on his own. Is that a foul? And it is given. It is given. And Faris Ramli again running through the middle. LCS 5. Tanjong Pagar United 0. Penalty by Faris Ramli. And you got to give props to Stipe Plazibat for allowing Faris Ramli to take that penalty kick. Adam with the ball. And that is the final whistle over here at the Jurong East Stadium between Tanjong Pagar United and Lion City Sailors Football Club.
The Jalan Besar Stadium between the Young Lions and Albirex Niigata. 19 goals scored in the opening weekend, and a whopping 12 of those was at this very stadium. So fingers crossed that streak continues ahead of what should be a tasty 90 minutes right here at Jalan Besar. He had a man on, no one informed him as Albirex push, and they will try the shot from range. Yet again, a shot from range that's gone just wide. Throw out to Irfan, regathers possession. Too close for comfort, this could be a chance. It's Suboy, it's 1-0, that was a gift. It's that man, Ryoya Taniguchi, who's opened his account for 2021. And it's Albirex Niigata who've taken the lead at the Jalan Besar Stadium. 1-0 to Albirex Niigata. The Young Lions not offering that much, and Fairoz Hassan there saw Fikri off his line and decided to take a pot shot. That was on target. Fairoz Hassan, safety first, all the way back. And that's Koga who's made a mistake. We've seen one goalkeeping error. That could very well have been number 2. Albirex on the overload, have space, have time. And that's gone in. It is the substitute, Makoto Ito, who's found the net. Talk about impact substitutions. He's taken all of 5 minutes to make an impact. Here comes Tezuka for Albirex. That's an excellent ball to find Tokiwa. And that is an outstanding save from Ridwan Fikri. That was a certain goal that's been denied. Tokiwa. That's an interesting ball. Suboy has sight of goal. Ridwan did ever so well to palm that away. Hashioka, the tireless wingback, has put that into a decent position. And this might be a chance for Tokiwa, who's picked out Hanada, who's played the ball in. And Suboy has the goal for his efforts. Nothing less than he deserves. Kiyoshiri Suboy. Let's have another look. Hanada put it in the middle. Suboy with the easiest of finishes for Albrex's 3rd goal of the night. And his 3rd goal in 2 games. It does look like the champions are going to start with 2 wins in 2. Tezuka from range. Again, stinging the palms of Ridwan, who did well. And that is that at the Jalan Besar Stadium. It is full time. Albirex Niigata, who go marching on with 3 goals tonight and 3 points against the Young Lions.
Welcome back live to Jurong East, where, as you can see, wonderful news. There are our match officials warming up. I can tell you, on the left-hand side, warming up are Balestier Khalsa, as you look, and on the right, just out of shot, right by the touchline, are the boys of Albirex Niigata. And all that will tell you, there are the Tigers of Balestier Khalsa, that the lightning warning system is off, and we should be good for a kick-off at 7:30 local time. That's in, just about 45 minutes from now. A very quick word from you, Roshan. It's obviously great news. We were very hopeful we would get the game underway, and that's seemed to be the case. Unfortunately, now the Thunder's made its way east to our Tampines hub. That's disrupted that game.
Yeah, brilliant. We're going to get a game of football finally. We're going to get to see these sides come out, and I think that's what we've been waiting for a long time, and hopefully there'll be some quality on display. And
of course, ironically, you'd rather be in this situation, wouldn't you, where you had the delay, then you can start and play the whole game, rather than what's happened at our Tampines hub, where they're 37 minutes in. Madu Mahana giving Tampines, captain for the day, by the way, Madu Mahana, a 1-0 lead, and then 8 minutes to go before half-time. The lightning warning system goes off there. So these teams are probably in the better position in terms of organisation.
Yeah, I would think so. You know, it's sort of disruptive. It's disruptive a little bit as well when you started that game, as you mentioned, and then you're stopping it halfway. The tempo of the game gets disrupted. Whereas here, you know, yes, there's a bit of waiting going on in the changing rooms, but at least they're out now and they're able to warm up, and hopefully there won't be any more issues once the game gets started.
I promise you all it will be worth the wait. The champs are here. Defending champions Albirex Niigata against Balestier Khalsa, looking for their first win of the season. Kick-off at 7:30 local time. Rejoin us in around about 10 to 15 minutes time, where we'll begin the build-up to tonight's big feature match on Sunday Sunset Football in the AIA Singapore Premier League. Stay with us.
AIA Vitality. Your health is every choice you make. We are part of a global wellness program with over 1.65 million members in AIA across Asia. And in Singapore, we have more than 100,000 members on AIA Vitality. Members live healthier by knowing their health through online health assessments and screenings. They improve their health by logging exercises and enjoying the rewards to keep them going. And indeed, members are making improvements in their health. Even the vitality age gap has narrowed to less than a year. Best of all, you earn points for every activity. The higher your status, the greater the rewards, including up to 15% off insurance premium on selected AIA plans. To keep you going, there is the weekly fitness challenge with personalized targets to help pace and improve your fitness. When you complete the challenge, you get a spin on the Vitality Wheel to earn Vitality Coins, which you can use at the marketplace. That's not all. You also earn AIA Vitality Points for completing these activities. And very soon, you'll be on your way to Platinum status. And we sweeten the deal further with many exciting partner benefits that you can enjoy. With AIA Vitality, nothing gets better than a healthier you. So get onto AIA Vitality today because your health is every choice you make.
The champs are here. The AIA Singapore Premier League Kings in 4 of the last 5 seasons have picked up right where they left off in the last campaign with 2 comfortable wins. And the early evidence of 6 goals in those first 2 matches suggests the class of 2021 has the calibre to see the White Swans flying high yet again. This afternoon they welcome Marco's men. The Tigers of Balestier are winless after their opening salvos, having thrown away a 3-1 lead against the Young Lions before losing at home against the Stags on Wednesday night. But Jumbo, Zuzul and Kiki will be looking to get them back on the winning trail tonight. It's Swans Tigers, Albirex Niigata against Balestier Khalsa. It's now and it's live. It's going to be worth the wait. Thanks for staying with us, folks. A little later than advertised, 2 hours to be precise. We're set for action between Albirex Niigata, the defending champs, and Balestier Khalsa, hunting for their first win of the season. Live from the Jurong East Stadium, it's Sunday sunset. AIA Singapore Premier League football. 1 game already underway. It's half-time at OTH in a game that was momentarily interrupted for a lightning warning. Madu Mahana's 6-minute goal, giving Tampines Rovers a 1-goal lead against Tanjung Pagar United. And that means, as it stands, Tampines Rovers, not Albirex Niigata, are top of the AIA Singapore Premier League season. But we're fully expecting that to change over the course of the next 2 hours. Wonderful that the clouds have cleared and we're almost set for action. 7:30 local time is the new estimated kickoff, and that's just half an hour from now. Delighted as always on our weekend feature matches that AFC ambassador and former SPL player Roshan Rai is alongside me. And Roshan, yeah, 2-hour wait, not ideal for the players, but I suppose they'd rather be in this position than the position of the players at OTH who started, then had to come off and start again. Yeah, I think so. I mean, the other game, you sort of have a little bit of a disruption there, and you've got to think about keeping the players warm with that disruption, whereas here they hadn't started to come out for their warm-ups. They had to wait, yes, in their changing rooms. It can be a bit of a pain at times, but they're here now, and we're hopefully looking forward to a good game. So this is our first visit to Jurong East in terms of feature matches this season, and what we're doing, certainly for the first month or so of their campaign, is refreshing you with all the newcomers, the ins and outs for both clubs. And when you talk about Albirex Niigata, you have to take notes, really, because most clubs, 3, maybe 4, sometimes in extreme circumstances, 5 new signings, as Albirex Niigata tend to do, doesn't stop them from winning titles, mind. They have a wholesale clear out, tend to
to retain just 3 or 4 key members of the squad, and that means, Roshan, plenty of new signings every season, and that's just the first of 2 pages of them for 2021.
I mean, you got to give credit to the strategy that they have as a club and the scouting that's being done because of the players that they actually come in and sort of hit the ground running. I mean, you mentioned Suboy, for example, coming in on loan from Tokushima Vortis, who are playing in J1 this season, struggling a little bit at the bottom of the table, but he's come here and he's hit the ground running. 3 goals already, 2 assists from his first 2 matches. And then you think of the likes of Kosuke Chiku as well, who's got good pedigree with that, having spent time at Urawa Reds' under-15 side. And also Nicky Melvin Singh, you know, a young player from Tampines Rovers. He's been given an opportunity in the first couple of matches as well. So I've been impressed with the players that have come in and the players that have adjusted so quickly to what the coach wants out of them. And, you know, it's incredible to see. And, again, you just have to give credit to everyone at the club for making sure they put in a nice structure in place that the players can go out and perform.
And, of course, despite all those new signings, despite the fact that the majority of them arrived late to pre-season, you don't need reminding they're the only team with a 100% record in the AIA Singapore Premier League through the first 2 rounds of the season. As for Balestier Khalsa, well, they have gone with continuity. They're the only team in my memory that's retained all 4 foreigners, exactly the same as last season. They're certainly the only club to do that in this campaign. Most clubs have swept a load out and brought a load of new faces in, but Balestier Khalsa sticking with continuity under Marco. One name that sticks out there, he'll be on the bench tonight, Gareth Lowe, who of course previously was with Albirex.
Yeah, look, again, they're bringing in some talented young players in there. I've been quite impressed by Amir Hakim. I think he's forming a nice little understanding with Brincevic in central defence for them. And if it's working well for you, then there's no real need to tweak that formula. You know, the foreign players that have come in for Balestier Khalsa have been very impressive. They were getting goals for them up front. They're creating opportunities. Krychek, for example, in those attacking midfield positions. But a couple of players in there as well I like to keep an eye out on. Amir Hakim, as I mentioned earlier, Gareth Lowe, as you mentioned, Gotham Selvamani is one who we saw a few years ago burst onto the scene with Tampines Rovers, and you know he's perhaps lost his way a little bit, had a few issues with injuries, but here he is now, and hopefully you'll get to see him shine on this professional stage.
So in case you're watching Albirex for the first time with us tonight this season, let's give you an in-depth look at some of their new signings, starting with a man who's caught fire very early on. I think it's something like 8 players already in the Premier League have scored a brace this season. No hat-tricks yet, mind. And Suboy is one of them. They've got a proud tradition of centre forwards here at Albirex Niigata. Oshina will line up against them today. Tomoyuki Doi is one of those players that's got a brace. He's leading goal scorer this season for Hougang and the league. And in Suboy, they could have unearthed another gem.
Yeah, I think so. I think his movement is really intelligent across the forward line. He gets himself into some wonderful goal-scoring positions. He can link it up with his midfielders as well, run in behind. He's comfortable with that. And you see when he gets himself into these positions here, the timing of his running, the timing of his movements, he doesn't kill the space in front of him. You know, he's always getting himself. You talk about getting yourself in, you know, in the right space, right place at the right time. And that's what he does because he's reading the situation really well. It
sounds at first, listen, like a cheap stereotype really, but I make no apologies for it because where Albirex Niigata are concerned, they are a true team unit. The work ethic is second to none. Players work hard all over the park. They're utility players for the most part, most of them. And that applies to Tezuka, whose older brother is playing in J1 with Yokohama, and he's already proved that he can score goals from set pieces and be very tidy as a box-to-box player, even though he's traditionally labelled as a defender.
Yeah, you know, he started the first game in central defence, and what we saw in the next game against the Young Lions was pushed into central midfield because they had to make a few adjustments with Nagasawa being out injured. So he actually went into central midfield alongside Chiku, and that gave Chiku that platform to get forward a little bit more. As you mentioned, a couple of famous brothers playing in the J-League, actually. We got Hashioka as well. His brother's playing for Urawa Reds, and a couple of years ago was playing the AFC Champions League final against Al Hilal. So there's good pedigree here in this team. You know, players who have been brought up really well in a very cultured, sort of structured system of play, and that's why they can come in and sort of, as I say, hit the ground running. And you know, Shigetomi has done a really good job with this side, and you can see what he wants out of them. And there's a good identity there. You see them pressing opposition sides very well, working incredibly hard, imposing their styles of play on the opposition. You know, they don't give you time to breathe on the ball. If you want to try and play out from the back, sure, they'll let you play out that first pass, and then they'll go. And then they'll try and win the ball back high up the pitch. And also that intensity that they show when they do have the ball, in possession of the ball, passing it around very quickly, always support for a runner off the ball as well. And I'm looking forward to being here live to have a look at them up close.
Of course, the delay, I think, is going to be interesting to see which of the teams is fastest out the blocks. We saw yesterday at Jella Basar, no question, Hougang were first to the party there, and it ended up winning in the game. So can Balestier repeat the trick here tonight? And if they are going to win, quite clearly, they are going to have to rely to a large extent on their foreign contingent. We'll be hearing from Farinair pitchside with managerial interviews pre-match shortly, but I can tell you one big piece of team news for Balestier Khalsa is that Zulzul starts on the bench. I think the thinking being that he just wants to have someone to add a different dimension, Marco, off the bench. But they have a quadruple threat. Bruno is a young, very impressive centre-back, a threat from set pieces, just like Tezuka. They've got Zulzul, they've got Kiki Krycek, and of course they've got the former Albirex man as well. All four of them worthy of your attention.
Yeah, I would think so. And again, we spoke about, you know, the foreigners and the qualities that they have in those areas. Hoshino in 2018, when he was playing with Albirex Niigata, scoring 19 goals in 24 appearances, went away to play in Korea for Busan Transportation. Didn't quite work out well for him, but he's come back into this Balestier side. Last season, 4 goals and 4 assists for them in a shortened season. And this time around, he's gotten off to a great start as well. You talk about players who can finish in the penalty area, but he's showing, and he's shown here that he can finish from outside the area as well. Challenging defenders, linking up nicely with Zuzu, and he's not afraid to have a crack at goal from range. 2 spectacular goals against. Great signing in him, and it was a masterstroke. We spoke about Albirex scouting and bringing players in. I think signing him was a great decision by this Balestier Khalsa side. Keeping him for this season as well was really important for them.
You never hear Albirex Niigata making excuses, do you? They always seem to be prepared. And one of the benefits you've mentioned there is that the players, when they finish their spell here, do get a chance to strut their stuff with other clubs. We saw Yamazaki playing superbly well for Hougang. He, of course, ended up at the Cheetahs via the Lion City Sailors. And with Hoshino, you've got a man that was top scorer for the White Swans in one of their title-winning campaigns. And if they are going to succeed, Balestier Khalsa, they're going to rely a lot on the goal scored by him and Zulzul. And that's my one reservation. I watched them a lot last season. I'm not entirely convinced that Hoshino and Zulzul make a traditional strike pairing. Sometimes I think they may be a little bit too similar.
I think it's worked out well. I think at times, yeah, one of those two has got to sacrifice himself a little bit. And they do look, you know, in terms of their build, especially with Zuzu, like traditional centre forwards, that sort of target player, that sort of target man. But actually, when you watch them play, they're quite mobile, especially Zuzu. He's not afraid to get himself into wider positions, get on the ball, and try and lead them from the front in terms of that counter-attacking style that Balestier Khalsa tend to employ. And that's why these guys are really important players for them on the tactical front.
I never get tired of looking at Marko Kravic celebrating like that. I mean, he was your coach once upon a time.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Is there a nicer man in Singapore football than Marko Kravic?
He's such a great guy, and I mean, you know, it doesn't. I don't mean this disparagingly as well, but when you look at the games and when you see him screaming on the touchline, you know, you're thinking, wow, what kind of person is Marco? Yeah. He's an incredible guy, and brilliant to the players, fantastic man management, and even if he screams at you, you don't mind, you get on with it because it's professional football. I mean, you expect that.
I know he had that couple of months spell, I think it was only a couple of months with Kelantan, but take that away, and he is probably the longest serving manager in the division by quite some way. He's got a special affinity with Balestier Khalsa, wears his heart on his sleeve, and it'll be fascinating to see what reaction he gets from his troops after, let's face it, a couple of disappointing results to start the season.
Yeah, look, again, it's you're looking at Balestier Khalsa, and it's been difficult for them. We thought they were going to win the first game quite comfortably.
3-1 up.
3-1 up, and then they sort of made a couple of individual errors, I would say, a little bit careless at the back, allowed the Young Lions back into it. And then the game against Tampines, they tried to make it difficult for Tampines, but okay, Tampines have a slightly better quality. It's going to be a tough contest here as well against this Albirex Niigata side. So aside from the first game, perhaps two of their first three fixtures haven't been that great for them on paper.
I spoke to Marco when he arrived. I think he was very disappointed. They had a goal ruled out controversially that would have given them a 2-2 draw against Tampines. I think he believed they deserved something from that. Obviously, the 3-1 to 3-3 was a disappointment, but they've not been overrun. They're going to be competitive, whatever happens here tonight.
That's what you can expect from Balestier. They're always going to put themselves out there on the pitch. They're always going to try and give you a very difficult game. Physically, they'll be there to make sure they can match you. They'll be very compact defensively, and it's tough for teams to break them down. Albirex are going to have to move the ball really quickly against them to try and break down, because one side to sit themselves in a block, it becomes very difficult. It's one of the common problems in world football for a side that's perhaps a possession-based team coming up against a side that wants to play on the counter-attack. And it's always, you know, interesting to see how, you know, these sides who have the ball for the majority of the game look to try and break these sides down who sit back and make it compact.
Now, the stats are always fascinating at big games like this. Not many teams have a good record at Jurong East against Albirex Niigata, but Balestier Khalsa is particularly bad. They haven't won here since 2015 against Albirex. They did win here last season against Tanjung Pagar United, and it doesn't make pretty reading when you look at the head-to-head between these two teams. All notwithstanding, there was a great result in that 2-2 draw for them when the teams met at Bishan last season.
Yeah, look, I think when you think about Balestier Khalsa, the last 9 matches at Jurong East Stadium, they've not won.
They conceded 23 goals and only scored twice.
2. I think 17 overall against Albirex. So they haven't beaten Albirex Niigata. So they've got a really a poor record over the last few years or so, in fact. But, you know, you look back at what's happened the last time out in terms of that 2-2 draw between these two sides. And perhaps they can take a bit of inspiration from that.
We can look at that now, because this was one of the games of the season for me last campaign. I mean, talking about the lightning warning system here, this one was delayed when Albirex were 2-1 down by a floodlight failure, and it ended up 2-2. But Balestier really gave them a go on the turf pitch at Bishan last season.
Well, you see what it is. This is, you know, when you look at this and we look at the type of goals that Balestier score in this one, it's very typical. It's direct into those set pieces. They'll physically use their advantages that they have there. A long ball through, header up, couple of challenges, pick up the second ball, get Hoshino running in behind. It shows great strength in this position to put the ball into the back of the net. Hazwan Halim as well. We often speak about Balestier's foreign contingent, but Hazwan Halim for me has been consistently very good for them. You know, starts out on the left-hand side, but can drift into those central positions, very quick, loves to take players on. He's got an eye for a pass as well. So that's a decent support base in terms of some of the local talent that they have. Unfortunately, couldn't hold out on that occasion. Albirex showing their fighting spirit and picking up a point in the end.
It's a big ask to come here when you've not won a game through the first 2 rounds and get a result. But after what we saw at Jadon Bazaar yesterday, you can't discount anything, can you? Because if you get your attitude right, particularly when you've had a stop-start build-up to this game, as both teams have, if you come out of the blocks quickly, not going to be easy for the team that go behind to get back into it.
You know what? We looked at highlights of a game between Hougang and Lion City Sailors yesterday, and Hougang were excellent in that one because of the right aggression that they showed, the right spirit, the right sort of attitude that they showed in that one. We can stand here and talk about tactics. Yes, the tactics were spot on. You know, didn't sit back. They actually applied that pressure up against the Lion City Sailors. And the message would be the same to Balestier. Okay, we might see a different approach from them in terms of Balestier maybe perhaps wanting to sit a little bit deeper. But when it comes to the time for you to press together as a unit, that attitude and that intensity has got to be there, and making the right calls in terms of playing those passes out in those counter-attacking situations, making sure that when you do have the ball, because I don't think they're going to have the ball a lot in this game, you've got to make the most of those opportunities.
I mean, it's difficult to find weaknesses in Albirex Niigata's game, and what I'm about to mention as a weakness, some may interpret, and probably rightly so, as also a potential strength. We'll confirm the teams for you later, but they are unchanged in the side that won 3-0 against the Young Lions. Every manager to a man has been bleating this week about 3 games in a week and then the international break. Albirex unchanged, no bother. Play on Wednesday, play on Sunday, same as starting 11. Look,
the fitness levels have been so impressive. And, you know, if people are getting sick and tired of us talking about them, just too bad. Because, you know, you've got to give them fair dues. And they're displaying a good level of football, really high-quality fitness levels. And when you think about how they've come in a little bit later as well, the players have come in. You talk about foreigners coming in and needed time to adjust. These guys have shown that excuse is a little bit lame.
I agree with you, but we haven't got long to talk about this because we need to continue the match build-up. But it's a very important point. We're talking about bring back the raw. There's been a great start, great energy behind the new season for the AIA Singapore Premier League. The players, credit to them, the clubs have stepped up. You've all been following in your thousands on Singtel Star Hub, the AIA Singapore Premier League Facebook page, and One Play Sports. But is it time the local players looked at these Albirex boys and think, this is how we're going to play? Yes, there's always the issue of the salaries and they can't dedicate their time to it. But we need the fans and the players to all pull together. The players play a part in this as well, don't they? A big part.
Of course they do. And I'm glad that, you know, we're seeing youngsters getting drafted into these Albirex sides, Albirex squads, and these players who come into the side and they experience a different level of training, a different level of coaching. You know, training twice a day, for example, and getting exposed to that. Yeah. And it so increases your levels of fitness, increases your levels of professionalism, and it's great to see these young players then go out into the other SPL clubs and talk highly of what they've experienced when they were here with Albirex.
So when Roshan talks about professionalism, when he talks about adapting to the Singapore game and making a difference, we've already mentioned Tezuka in passing. Let's have an in-depth look at some of his play now, because I think this would be Exhibit A in what Singapore players should be striving for. A guy that comes in, we talked about his elder brother at Yokohama, but he's a unit and he's come ready to play off the plane. Wallop been a big part of their 2 victories so far.
Yeah, and again, I like his flexibility in terms of his ability to play in defense, play in central midfield as well. Here, you're taking advantage of a set-piece routine. And don't get me wrong out there, you know, I'm not here slamming Singaporean players, nothing like that at all. I used to be a player that used to get hammered, absolutely hammered by people online social media. I'm not hammering them at all, but I think, you know, there's always...
Why are these Japanese boys fitted in?
Look, Patrick, there's always an opportunity to grow. If you take criticism in the right way, there's an opportunity to get yourself better.
I appreciate there's a political sensitivity here, but season after season, we're saying the Albirex Niigata boys are the fittest team in the league. You know, and this is a great example. Because of COVID, they arrived late. and they've come out the blocks faster than any other team. The league table doesn't lie.
Yeah.
What can we do? I mean, you tell me, you are the guy that's been there.
Wow.
You say don't blame the players, but okay, let's be constructive. What can the players do? Is it attitude? Is it the coaching? Is it the mentality through the clubs? What is it?
No, not don't blame the players. Everyone has got to shoulder responsibility. Let's remember this is an ecosystem of football. Everyone has got to shoulder that responsibility. From a young age, that these players are being brought up in the right sort of system, they're being coached the right ways, the right sort of habits are being imparted into them, and that's what we need. You talk about goal 2034 or whatever it is, there are lots of steps needed to go towards that. I'd forget about that at the moment. It's an aspirational goal. If along the way the football ecosystem improves, then it's a win for us.
Yeah, and I think that's the key point. I mean, when you talk about Bring Back the Raw and Project 2034, at its heart, there's money being spent, there's dedication from the FAS to, as you say, start right at the bottom and build these kids up. And it's been great to see former professionals like yourself, like Shasi Kumar, like Sasi Kumar. People are getting behind it. What can we do to help? So we are heading, hopefully, in the right direction.
Yeah, we are. I hope we are. And I see it in the players who are playing now. When you look at the games, the tempo and intensity of the games has been very good. So the fitness levels are going up. The tempo of the game is right. I know fans out there aren't allowed to come into the stadiums right now, but when you're here, you actually see it up close at how quickly the ball's moving, how quickly some of these players are moving. The quality has improved in terms of the quality of play as well. It's not just long balls now. The teams are trying to play out from the back as well. They're showing different tactical styles, and they're looking to work together. And let's not discredit some of our local boys. We have some really good professional local players. I played with lots of them in my career. I mentioned the likes of Noor Rahman, who's now with Lion City Sailors. An incredible professional. Sharil Jantan, the goalkeeper. All incredible local professionals who sometimes don't get the credit they deserve.
But the overall picture, Roshan, I mean, let's not kid ourselves. You know, we're looking at a league where it's a foreign team's won it for the last 7 years.
Yeah, yeah.
And again, we're all on the same page, and it's not about being negative. I think it's about being realistic. Bring back the raw. Let's let the AIA Singapore Premier League lead the way. Let's get behind these local teams. Disappointing for the Sailors yesterday. But I think in the short term, bearing in mind the restrictions we're under now, first order of business should be getting a Singapore team to win the league. And to that end, we need Balestier to turn over the defending champions tonight. Can it happen? What's your prediction?
It's going to be tough for them. I think I can't see beyond another Albirex win here, but I think they'll make it difficult. But perhaps Alberex's fitness levels, the sharpness will be telling in this game. So I'm going for an Albirex win.
What's been your highlight of the season so far?
Oh, look, I think the fact that, you know, when you look across the league, again, you see sorts of different styles of football, and teams are trying to play the game in that way where they're trying to control the ball, they're trying to control possession of it. And then when they're finding difficulties, you see these tactical changes coming along. So I think it's been very good. It's still been, what, 3 match weeks that we've had so far? Or 4 match weeks?
2 and 3 quarters. 2 and 3 quarters.
That we've had so far?
2 and... What is it? Because we've only had a half... Oh, no, I won't do that. But yeah, I mean, my highlight personally has been that incredible game yesterday and the brilliant addition to our broadcasting team here at the AIA Singapore Premier League. Make sure you catch up with the SPL show on One Play Sports. Farron Air does a wonderful job rounding up all of each round's action, and she's done a wonderful job here this afternoon because she's pitch side with Marko Krajovic, the manager of Balestier Khalsa. And first, let's hear from the GM of the champs, Albirex Niigata, Ko Muti.
I'm here with Albirex Niigata's General Manager, Ko Muti. Now, 100% record for your side so far. Morale must be high coming into this one.
Yeah, of course, we are very happy with the 2 wins. But we are fully focused on this match, and our concentration is just to get 3 points.
Right. So now, you of course won against the Young Lions the last time out pretty comfortably, I must say. But today you're up against Balestier, who will certainly pose a different sort of challenge.
Yes, of course. Balestier, we know them very well. They basically have the same lineup as last year. They have 2 very good forwards. One of them was our ex-top scorer, Hoshino. And Zuzu, of course, we cannot ignore him. Christian Krajicek will pick up all the second balls because they will play a more direct approach.
Now, finally, this is the 3rd game in a week for you guys and everyone else, basically. Will we expect a pretty similar approach today?
We will play our own football. And then we'll see how Balestier counter us. So I think it will be an exciting game for the fans.
Thank you and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Marco, you're up against the champions today. You've had 3 days to prepare for this. What sort of an approach can we expect from your side tonight?
Not much time, you know. We just analyze our last game and then focus on next game. Albirex, always difficult to play. Jurong East Stadium, champion. It will be a tough game, but we're going to give them good fight.
Now, of course, you come into this one on the back of that loss against Tampines Rovers. What are some of the positives that you took away from that for today?
I mean, against Tampines, it was close, you know, we was concede very easy goals, you know. We need to focus on, especially today, focus on defending and strengthening our defense, you know, playing more tight in defense. I think we can score the goal. We have a lot of good players up front, but we need to really work a little bit more about defending.
Now, we know today won't be a walk in the park. It will certainly be a challenge. What have you said to your players ahead of this?
I mean, always is when you're playing against a better team, you always perform better. You know, is playing against better team is always looking for something. You know, you want to challenge the best one in the country. You know, the moment they are one of the best, and you want to challenge them. And you can see how good you are.
Marco, thank you and good luck.
You're welcome.
Well, great to hear from the two managers. Marco, I think very philosophical, Roshan, about those two disappointments. I mean, arguably, they could be coming here with 4 points. They only come here with 1, which means they're playing catch-up already. But Albirex, just so difficult to pick holes in their form. And, of course, now that 3-1 win here against Hougang on opening day looks even more impressive, bearing in mind what Hougang did to the Sailors yesterday.
Yeah, it certainly does. And as I said, you've got to admire the style of play that they've got with this team, with this setup here. They really squeezed Hougang in that first game. And so the Young Lions as well, they did the same to them. Again, incredibly well-organized, compact side, discipline, working together, moving the ball very quickly, and the intensity that they've been playing at. You know, I was talking to some of the coaches from the Hougang United staff, and you're talking about, yeah, they look really good. The intensity that they play at is very high on and off the ball. But look, it's going to be a different challenge here against this Balestier Khalsa side that, again, will probably try and play a little bit more direct. They'll be compact, they'll sit back, try and close those spaces off. So let's see how they sort of break them down in this one.
And Albirex will be looking for 3 points because they'll need them. Tampines Rovers now lead Tanjung Pagar United by 2-0. Yasser Hanapi doubling the Stags lead that was given to them after 6 minutes by Madhu Mohana. So you'd think at that point with, 25 to go, the Stags have got the points in the bag, and it looks like another long, hard season for Tanjung Pagar, who I feel for, because I think they've made good signs, I think they've improved, but they're still just seemingly missing that little bit extra.
Yeah, we were talking about them a lot, weren't we? And there was a lot of expectation of what we see from Tanjung Pagar this season, and so far it hasn't quite worked out that well for that side. But look, still plenty of time to go. They brought some players in, so hopefully they can get the formula right over the next few weeks or so. Our
referee, Shakawi Bahari, about to lead the officialing team onto the pitch, assisted by Mr. J. Ashok Raj and Mohammed Rida Saeed, and the fourth official for today's match, Y. Sathya Kumar. A lot of attention on the officials as always. I think it's been a mixed bag. Again, I make no apologies for repeating it, because I thought referee Nathan Chan, it was the Hougang-Geylang game we did on Wednesday, had an absolute cracking match. We'll see how they do today. And so far, with nearly 9, 10, 11 of the 12 games of the season completed. The first 12 not completed, no red cards, and I don't think, unless Yasser Hanapi's done it, we've had a goal direct from a free kick, so a couple of firsts. One we'd like to see broken this evening here at Jurong East. The other one I think we can do without the red cards. By the way, don't be fooled by that clock behind you for some reason, and you can see myself and Roshan there. We just wave our hands. We're in the commentary position live in the stadium. That clock is, for some reason, always 8 minutes fast. So we are still about 4 or 5 minutes away from the scheduled kick-off time. Confirmed team lineups will bring to you in a moment, but just to confirm, as we verbalised earlier, Albirex Niigata unchanged in the 3-0 win against the Young Lions, and Balestier Khalsa make 2 changes. There's Zuzu dropping down to the bench. I'm sure Zuzu will play a part at some stage, Roshan.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier, in terms of the options that he has on the bench, there's not too many great attacking options for Marko Kraljevic. So he just gives him that chance to change it up a little bit as the game goes on, if he sees that he needs to. But when you look at the lineup that they have here, what we're seeing is perhaps Balestier wanting to pay a bit more attention to those central midfield areas. They normally go with a 4-4-2. Maybe they're dropping one of their strikers just to play an extra body in central midfield, and perhaps Christian Krajcek just playing in behind Hoshino is going to be that player who just provides his central midfielders a bit more protection when they are out of possession.
We build this as Sunday Sunset AIA Singapore Premier League football. The sun as well and truly already set. Later than advertised, 2 hours to be precise. We are almost set for action in the final game of match day 3. There are the champs. The champs are here. Champions in 4 of the last 5 seasons. It's a bit like Gremlins, isn't it? The new batch of Albirex Niigata, led by some familiar faces, but not too many of them. One of them there, Kazuki Hashioka, the skipper. He'll be hoping that come the end of the season later this year, he lifts that title for the White Swans once again. In their way today are Balestier Khalsa, smarting from a disappointing loss to Tampines, where they felt they were worthy of at least a point, and of course, throwing away that 3-1 lead at Janabasara against the Young Lions a week ago today. The traditional fist bumps underway, and we'll shortly see the toss and, of course, give you confirmation of those starting lineups. You're watching live AIA Singapore Premier League football on Singtel Star Hub, the AIA Singapore Premier League Facebook page and One Play Sports, and we'll be joining, I'm sure, or being joined by plenty of viewers that will be finishing off with the Tampines Rovers Tanjung Pagar game that's got about 20 minutes to run. Here we concentrate on the champs as our referee, Shakawi, conducts the toss. Skipper of Balestier Khalsa, their keeper Zaiful, who's the only remaining surviving member of the team that won here against Albirex in 2015, and Hashioka, a familiar face to SPL fans, captaining a White Swans team that, despite all the new names, Roshan, is still difficult to pick holes in.
It certainly will be, and again, the structure that they have in place is excellent. Obviously, Serboy is one you keep an eye on. The number 9, Taniguchi, was there last season for them, getting goals and creating chances for them from that midfield role. He'll be perhaps just supporting Serboy in those attacking positions. You've got Chiku and Tezuka. I expect Tezuka to be sitting in midfield, just as he did against the Young Lions with Kunimoto and Yamashita in central defense. Hashioka will get forward from down that right-hand side, and then you'll expect to see Nicky Melvin Singh just drifting in as Hashioka provides the width and the crosses from the right flank.
And on the bench, got to give Jurong a mention because he got a goal in that 3-1 win here against Hougang a week ago. Balestier Khalsa going through their last-minute huddle. Here is the starting 11 that Marco hopes is going to get a result. Zuzu, the obvious name, missing on the bench. Gareth Lowe wasn't expected to feature. He also starts on the substitutes bench. But what are they going to make happen with that starting 11, Roshan?
Well, you're looking at some of the key players in here. Hoshino, as we mentioned, his goal-scoring threat, his ability to hold up play for them up front. Then you've got Krajcek in those attacking midfield areas. 3 goals and 4 assists for Balestier last season. Loves to take a crack at goal from range. Hazwan Halim, a player to keep an eye out on as well. Starts out on that left-hand side, but it's given license to roam and drift into those central areas. But it looks like Hazwan is perhaps going to start on the right of this game. So it'll be interesting to see how they set up tactically in this one against this Albirex Niigata side.
Call a glimpse there of Kojo Shigetomi, of course, is the reigning coach that has the title in his possession. He was preceded by Kazuki Yoshinaga, who's now in charge of the Albirex Niigata Japanese J2 team. Marko Krajovic, spare that brief spell in Kelantan, has been an ever-present for Balestier Khalsa. He really is a great ambassador for the club and one of the nicest guys, so approachable that you could ever wish to meet. So here we go then. It'll be Balestier in the white playing left to right in this first half to get us underway. The White Swans in their orange playing right to left. It's now well and truly Sunday night football. Hope you've had a great weekend and hope we can end it on a high note with the champions looking to go back to the top of the table. It's a spot currently held by Tampines Rovers, assuming they hold on to their 2-0 win at Tanjung Pagar United. There's still 20 minutes to go there, but here we concentrate on the White Swans and the Tigers, and away we go. Well, yesterday we saw Hougang set the agenda against the Sailors from very early on. Tommy Yukido on that occasion, a former White Swan himself, of course, creating a wonderful chance inside the first 10 minutes before they finally took the lead. Here's Albirex doing what they do so well. And you mentioned when we were looking at the warm-ups, Roshan, their technique is peerless in this division.
Yeah, excellent technique. When you see how the crispness of the passing, of the movement as well. And, you know, we've got a nice slick surface here. There's a bit of surface water on the pitch there. It's going to make the ball move very quickly. And it could be a couple of mistakes as well from some of these players out there.
Early touch for Jumbo. Jumbo Hoshino, of course, who was the leading scorer in the title-winning team with 19 for the campaign in 2018 for the White Swans. Throw-in taken by Fadli. And at least they're winning the early territorial battle. Albirex never in a hurry, are they? They never seem to deviate from their game plan. Very well disciplined, Roshan.
Yeah, they are very well disciplined. But this is where Balestier can be dangerous in these set-piece routines. Just getting Enza into the box there and looking to whip a ball in.
Kiki gets it back to Fadley. Interesting cross, flicked on well. Can they get a touch? Oh, that was more than half an opportunity. You called it, Roshan, because Enza was lurking there. Real half chance early on. Right up the other end they come. The skipper was trying to chase that down. Hashioka. Am I getting too carried away? I thought that was a half opportunity, Roshan. Are you stunned into silence, or are you poo-pooing my excitement?
No, I was just sort of letting the play go because there was a quick transition on for Albirex there that was dealt well by Arish Kumar. There we go. Half a chance, perhaps. Bruncevic in the area, but that's what Albirex will have to look out for. The danger, the threat from the set-piece situations. That's how they scored their goal against Tampines. Amir Hakim, I think it was off a long throw that came into the box.
Puvan Raj might have shown a bit more urgency to try and get a touch on that, with Ensar lurking as well. Kiki, the string pillar in midfield for the Tigers, rolls that up well. And the early passages of play in this game, which are a little bit scrappy, are certainly, you'd imagine, going to suit Balestier Khalsa more than they'll suit Albirex. And Ensar heading it back to Saiful Nizam. Back in 2015, there was a pair of 1-0 wins for Balestier against Albirex, including one here. Their meetings last season, well, they were relatively tied to fares. They went down 2-0 here. Tommy Yukidoya amongst the scorers for the Swans on that occasion, but that 2-2 draw that we talked about in the pre-show, if they can show the same desire and the same commitment today that they showed there at Bishan, they'll be contenders there. I don't think they'll be wiped away. And is that an indication of just how tricky the conditions are going to be, the way that ball skid off the surface there, Roshan?
Yeah, it's going to, as I said, it's going to move very quickly. It's going to skip off the surface. You're going to have to read the flight and judge the ball really well on this one. But if you're a passing side like Albirex, you'll quite enjoy the fact that the ball's going to move really quickly for you.
Chiku with a touch, gets it near side to Kunimoto. Kunimoto, that's a really ambitious ball, but just wasn't on the same wavelength as Hashioka over on that far side, who held his run. And as a consequence, 3.5 minutes gone, and it's Balestier who've looked the most likely with that probing ball into the 6-yard box that no white shirt could get on the end of. Is this maybe a byproduct of the delayed start? It doesn't seem to be that sharp early, Roshan.
Yeah, a couple of stray passes here from Albirex, perhaps looking to just try to get their rhythm. Balestier off to the better start, but still, just 4 minutes in this game gone.
Throw-in taken by Kiki Krajcek. Gets it down there, looking for Puvan Raj. Let's control this from Balestier Khalsa. Can they put the goal of Koga under some pressure? Krajcek. It's a probing ball up in the air. Is anyone going to challenge? Koga grabs it on his own. Aswan Halim unable to put the pressure on.
Yeah, nice easy catch for Koga there. Saw it all the way through. Routine save for a goalkeeper.
Of course, by virtue of goal difference, Albirex now, this game is kicked off back to the top of the table, because should they only draw here, even if Tampines win, unless Tampines score a hatful late on in that game against Tanjung Pagar, it will still be Albirex top after tonight, even if they only pick up a point here. And I think the rest of the league will be cheering on Balestier Khalsa here, won't they, Roshan? Because we need to see evidence that Albirex are capable of dropping points on a regular basis. We saw an invincible team a couple of seasons back. They were by nowhere near invincible last year, but still won the league relatively comfortably in the end, as they go into tight quarters right by the corner flag there and win the throw. Throw-in taken by Chiku. Chikawa is down on that left-hand side as well. First bit of pressure they've got in the Balestier Khalsa final third, Roshan.
Yeah, slowly starting to get a rhythm there. We just saw in the build-up phase, Tezuka just dropping into what looked like a back three just in the build-up of that. Then a nice little diamond in midfield with Nicky Melvin Singh just dropping into those central positions, looking to make runs in behind.
You can be sure Tezuka's up for this set piece. Delivery is deep, and it's a good one. Strong header away from Big Bruno. Comes to Hashioka, though the skipper picks it up, and there'll be no rush. They go back to Koga, who's quite a ways out of his goal. He plays it to Chiku. Chiku on this near side. Plays in to Kawa. And unable to gather that wicket one in is Nicky Singh. Should you be paying particular attention to Nicky Singh, Roshan, as I'm know you do take great interest in the development of young Singapore footballers, and as we mentioned in the pre-show, there's been talk about the conveyor belt of Japanese stars, as Bruno has some work to do there and half-heartedly clears it away. They might have to concede another corner here. They've also had a conveyor belt of young Singaporeans who have benefited from the Albirex Niigata experience.
Yeah, that's right. You know, again, I think it's a benefit to them that they come into this system and they see something a little bit different from what they're perhaps used to, and then they can go out and players who have come into this and have come away from it have spoken in glowing terms of their time with Albirex. You just go back to Adam Swandi as well, who had a fantastic time of it when he was playing for this club.
See what
and that's just one example.
Tezuka was trying to do there, but the flag was up for offside. Balestier Khalsa, well, to this point, job done, 7 minutes, and Zaifel's not had to make a save. Neither keeper has really. But you highlighted it after the chance, Roshan, and we saw it with our own eyes on Wednesday. That's going to be where Balestier can do some damage, particularly if Zuzu's introduced in the second half, lofting those balls in these kind of conditions and causing uncertainty.
It's been a good start for Balestier, has to be said. They're moving the ball forward very quickly, nice and direct.
That one sent long by Zaiful Nizam. Out for a throw. Well, it's not high octane. But Balestier won't mind. They're containing the defending champs, the only team left in the AIA Singapore Premier League with an 100% record. Here's Ensar. Back to Zaiful. To be so sharp against teams like Albirex with that distribution from the goalkeeper's feet, don't you, Roshan? Because they do play that pressing game where they're not going to just let a keeper have all the time in the world on the ball.
Well, that's going to be it. That's what you expect when you come up against Albirex Niigata. You know, allow you to play that first short pass out, and then boom, they're onto you, and they're making sure they're trying to force these mistakes. You just see Tokiwa down this left-hand side, providing the width for them. Nicky Melvin Singh just drifting in, looking to make that what looks to be a 3 just behind the striker Serboy, and in behind that Balestier Khalsa midfield line. Penetrate these passing channels.
Yamashita took a little bit of a chance there, but it's found its intended target. On the turn is Tokiwa. And again, this is a familiar sight, isn't it? Albirex stringing 25 to 30 passes together without being in any kind of hurry. It's almost like Shigetomi instills into them. The bottom line is, chaps, if you keep the ball for long enough, the gaps will appear. If you had $1 for every time that Albirex goes side to side, from one side of the pitch to the other, just inside their own half tonight, probably about $73, I'd imagine, Roshan.
Well, if you just have a look and you just notice here the different patterns that Albirex have in the build-up phases. At times, Tezuka will drop in, as we're seeing there. At times, he'll just pop out into the right-hand side as it breaks here for Taniguchi.
Oh, that was a wonderful challenge from Ensar. As Taniguchi, as Roshan said, that really threatening. There's a man down here, and there could be drama later on at our Tampines hub, because the Jaguars have got one back. We're at the Jaguars shared home ground tonight. They're at our Tampines hub. Tampines Rovers 2. Maru Mahana and Yasser Hanapi and Tanjung Pagar United have got one back, and there's just under 10 minutes to go there. That could be a nervy finish, the second nervy finish for the Stags in a week, as you can talk us through what happened there on the pitch.
Yeah, it's just an Albirex player falling on the back of Fadli Khamis' head there. Balestier were forced to put it out of play.
It's a hard surface that'll be in these conditions as well. Marco looks on with a little bit of concern, very studiously wearing his mask on the touchline. Marco Krajovic, lovely to see. Yeah, Tampines Rovers, they've getting wins early this season. Well, they've got one win early this season, but they're making it tight again against Tanjung Pagar United, who's once again have shown that battling spirit, which means you never really blow them off the park too many times. See over on that far side of Jurong East, the pocket of Albirex Niigata fans who are social distancing and watching outside the stadium. Unfortunately, the AIA Singapore Premier League Stadium still closed to fans. We're hoping that changes very soon. We did have that trial program, didn't we, Roshan, the end of last season? Geylang Tampines, where 250 fans were allowed in with a rapid test that showed them clear of COVID-19. But quite right, the FA has taken all precautions to this point. Bruno. Up at the back with Amir Hakim. Good acquisition in your eyes, Amir Hakim, for this season, Roshan?
Yeah, I think so. You know, showing good potential in those central defensive positions. It's going to help his confidence. He's already got a goal for them as well, as Hoshino goes up very strongly in the air, which is what you expect from your target man centre forward.
Headed on, and that's a decent forward header as well from Faisal Rafi. But this is where Albirex can be dangerous. In a blink of an eye, they can go coast to coast. And that's a lovely touch as well. That's going to win a free kick. Delayed whistle. The referee was waiting to see if there was an advantage. And great to see a Singaporean with a bit of trickery in the Albirex ranks there. And the man you highlighted before the match, Nicky Singh.
Yeah, he was soul short a little bit. Not the best of passes by Sir Boy there. Didn't put quite enough on it for Nicky Singh here. But he's done well. Just a nutmeg Fadli Khamis and draw the foul and win the free kick for his side.
So free kick and a dangerous piece of real estate here for them to launch one into the area. We've highlighted the aerial threat that Balestier Khalsa possess. We've already seen this season that Tezuka can make things happen in the air. There is Tezuka. That's a clearance that's far too casual. But they get away with it. He's seen the keeper off his line here. I thought for a minute that might show something in flight from Jumbo. But Koga just tracked back. It was a bit of an optical illusion that for a minute, Roshan.
That was just like you. I thought they might have given a few issues to Koga. From where we were sitting, the angle looked like it was going to trouble the Albirex goalkeeper, and he had it well covered. Nice ball down the right-hand side. They've got movement in the area here. The clearance had to come from Amir Hakim, and to his credit, it did, and he managed to prevent the corner as well. So pace just starting to pick up 12.5 minutes in. Here's another look at that. I mean, he spots the goalkeeper well off his line.
Do you know something? From that angle, it might have even curled away from goal and if it had gone past Koga. Shades of Beckham there from the halfway down against Wimbledon for Manchester United, which is depressingly a long time ago now. Feels like only yesterday. Yamashita. I think Wayne Rooney scored a similar goal in more recent times for United from, might have even been for Everton actually, in one of his second stint at Everton. This is a concern. Bruno down. Or is it Bruno?
No, it's Fadli Khamis.
Apologies.
I think he's saying he's taken a whack forearm to his shin there.
Hangover from the challenge that left him on the deck moments ago. Certainly our referee just holding play up. Referee Shakawi Buhari. Throw to be taken by Takiwa.
Oh, lovely work by Shuei Oshino there.
Only trouble you've got when Jumbo's on the pitch without Zuzu and he's playing like that deep inside his own half, there's going to be almost certain to be no option for him ahead of him, is there?
Well, that's why when he does drop deep in those situations, what you saw there, Hazwan Halim, has got to be that player that gets himself forward. You've got to have those runners from midfield. You saw from Krajcek, just the pass wasn't quite right in that situation. But wonderful work individually by Hoshino just to hold the ball, get himself away from that pressure and try to release Hazwan.
That was a bit casual from Kiki Krajcek. He showed great agility and touch to maintain possession, but then didn't anticipate the Albirex player coming in on him. But the scrappy nature of this game so far, no question, suiting Balestier more than Albirex. Nice work in the middle of the park from Amir Hakim as well.
Well, this is the thing about Balestier as well. They can make it scrappy at times, and they will do, to break up the tempo of your passing game, not allowing you to get into the rhythm that you want to. But we've come to expect this from Balestier over the years under Marko Kraljevic. So it's good to see. And again, it's just these different tactical questions being asked in the matches that we've seen so far. And it's up to Albirex to deal with this.
Oh, that's a nice turn from Jumbo! Just past the post. Well, the kind of goal we got used to seeing him score for Albirex 2 seasons back. Nearly scored one against them this time. Close as we come to a goal, Roshan Wright.
Excellent centre-forward play by Hoshino. Look at how he holds off the defender. He just has a look. He scans, has a look at the position of the defender, gets his body in the way, holds off Kunimoto, and then a clever chest angles his body so that the first touch is in front of him. He can have a crack at goal. Just goes wide, unfortunately, but it troubled Koga for a second, didn't it?
Lewis Junior's penalty, by the way, got it back to 2-1, but the Stags have opened up a 2-goal gap again. Sampani's leading 3-1 at OTH, so the points are surely theirs. At the moment, they're going to be joint top of the table with Albirex. If Albirex can't find a way through Balestier, plenty of time for that to Chezo, to the edge of the area, to Zuka, and then a wild slash at the ball that goes high, wide, and not so handsome from Takiwa. Suzuka, he doesn't mind getting full with that boy. I mean, 1 minute he's playing centre-back, 1 minute he's playing as an attacking mid.
Well, that's his role in midfield. As I mentioned, in the build-up phases, dropping into central defence to help them out with it. But in that situation, just there, in the transition, getting himself in an advanced area, cleverly leaving it for Takiwa as he was under a bit of pressure. But that shot from Takiwa, I guess the less said about it, the better.
Yeah, well, it's their first shot on goal and it's way off target. Jumbo Hoshino's smart turn and shot that went to the right of Takahiro Koga in the Albirex goal. There's a loose ball. They could capitalise at Albirex. That's great anticipation from Balestier Khalsa. Lovely work from Fadli Nizam. Now he needs options, Fadli. Fadli crosses. Oh, it should go in. How's it not got in? That was a lovely bit of anticipation by Fadli, and they still can't finish it off. I think Fadli meant that. We'll look at it again in a minute when the danger finally subsides. Balestier really putting some pressure on the Albirex Niigata goal. Fadli again. And Koga with an unconvincing punch. And this white shirts can always let a push for a penalty. Marco thought so downstairs, but Roshan Rai, that's the kind of defending we're not used to seeing from Albirex Niigata. And I can't wait to see that Fadli either, because I think he knew exactly what he was doing there, Fadli.
Well, I think they're looking rattled here, Albirex, early on, and just that physicality that they're struggling to deal with. But that pressure that Balestier applied as well. Great reading of the game by Fadli. Spotted that loose pass across the pitch to come across and win it, and then was smart enough to get it in the danger zone. They got away with that one, Albirex.
Handball there, but that Fadli effort that looked like a cross at first glance, I think he knew what he was doing here. I think he was going for goal.
Well, he's done really well here, you know, just to create a little bit of space to beat his marker, to get that one and trouble the goalie. I don't think he's going for goal there. I think he's looking for an option in the 6-yard box.
I just think he saw Koga off his post a little bit, and I just wonder, I mean, maybe I'm giving him too much credit, but it looked really inventive.
But this second one here, this is it comes across as well. This is what Marco was getting excited about. He felt there was a shove in the back of one of his players from Fairoz Hassan there.
Well, business starting to pick up here, folks, live on Singtel Star Hub. The AIA Singapore Premier League Facebook page and One Play Sports. It might be goalless, but signs that Albirex are going to be in a battle here against the so far winless Balestier Khalsa. Tampines Rovers, they've played the 90 minutes at OTH. They need 3-1. The 3 points are staying with the Stags in the east. Here in the west, the defending champs are being given plenty to think about by Balestier Khalsa early. You just can't help but think at this level, Roshan, though, as we saw with Hougang when they had that air of ascendancy early, you've just got to make it count and turn it into a goal, haven't you? Because it'll be just typical Albirex to soak up this pressure, and in the 40 to 45 minute period, bag a couple themselves, having looked toothless early.
Said at the start, you know, Balestier have got to make sure that when they do have possession of the ball, they're very efficient and effective with it. And so far they've done well, haven't they? I mean, created a couple of opportunities. There's been a penalty shout early on as well, at least from Marco's perspective. They've gotten off to a really good start. We spoke about attitudes and intensities, and we saw that in that game, Hougang against Lion City Sailors. I go back to that, and the attitude and the intensity that Hougang showed, and the message would have been similar to Balestier here. Look, they might be a very good side, but put them under pressure, let them show us how good they are, and we're certainly seeing evidence of Balestier showing an attitude that's spot on at the moment.
Taufik Sapano's second goal of the season is the goal that's wrapped up the points for the Stags. They're into the second minute of time added on at OTH. Don't forget to tell your friends, if they've been watching the game at OTH, there's still some live AIA Singapore Premier League action to come tonight, 70 minutes of it to be precise, because we kicked off 2 hours late here due to a lightning warning system. And it's a game that is shaping up to be fascinating. Marko Krajovic believes that his team haven't got the just rewards from their performances through the first 2 games. And wouldn't it be just like the Singapore Premier League that, having thrown away a 3-1 lead against the Young Lions and then gone down 2-1 to Tampines, they managed to get a result at the toughest ground of them all. Albirex Niigata's home, Jurong East. They did, of course, win here, as I mentioned. Lots been made of that winless run at Jurong East, but they won it last season against Tanjung Pagar United. But Albirex Niigata, a different ball game. Jumbo Hoshino trying to hold the ball up. He wanted a free kick, but the referee not interested, erring on the side of Ryo Kunimoto. Suzuka, he's really all action, Suzuka, isn't he? Hashioka lays it off. There's a ball through the middle that was looking for Tsuboi, who really hasn't had a touch yet. Tsuboi, the player we highlighted before the game, Roshan, he's been kept very quiet by the back line of Balestier.
There's been very little space for him to work with. He's trying to occupy those central positions, just sticking with the central defenders, in between the central defenders there. And then he's got that 3 just in front of him. You got Fairoz, Taniguchi and Nicky Melvin Singh just looking to try and provide him that support. But because of how tight the spaces are in between that Balestier defense and midfield, it's very difficult for Albirex to find a way to work through Balestier's defensive line. But this is where they could find themselves in a little bit of bother. Zaiful deals with that well.
Yeah, just worry for Balestier if they can't take advantage of some of these early half chances they're creating, and Haswan Halim easily bundled off the ball. Lucky for him, Kiki Krychek with an ambitious ball, looking for Fadley, who could take this first time. Tries to put it back. Is there a white shot there? There is. And the shot will come in from Haswan Halim, but it's easily saved by Koga. But nice build-up play from the Tigers, Roshan.
Yeah, good work. Again, it's that directness causing issues for Albirex. Very quickly to switch the angle of the play from left to right. Fadli Kamis being a very good outlet for Balestier down this right-hand side, taking advantage of some nice open spaces and the pressing from the other end of the pitch.
Kunimoto. Well, if you watched the first 21 minutes of this and you had to guess which team was top of the league and which team hadn't won a game yet, albeit early in the season, you might have trouble working one out from the other. Albirex Niigata for mine, and we did talk about this before the game, maybe they're slightly slower out of the blocks here. They've just not found their natural rhythm, and I think you have to give maybe Marco's tactics a little bit of credit for that. They've not given them any peace. And when they've had possession, they've not just tried to hoof it clear and wait for the next wave of attack to come, Rosh, and they've tried to do something with it, Balestier.
Yeah, they are trying to pass it, they're trying to work it forward. They want to try just invite that press a little bit. Of course, they keep losing the ball every time they win it. It's just going to come into a situation where they're going to be under constant pressure from this Albirex side. And at the same time, when they are trying to play the ball out from the back, Albirex very quick to try and apply that pressure. So Balestier have got to be spot on with how they work it away from that pressure from the men in orange.
Ooh, Haswan Halim just having a little nudge at Nicky Singh, the two Singaporeans. Getting acquainted with each other. He's got plenty of pace, Haswan Halim, and Fadley has shown every indication that every time he can get some space down this right-hand side, he'll take advantage, but they've coughed up possession here. That's an interesting pass, trying to play in Nicky Singh down the left. He's going to have to show some pace to get to this, and he does just that. Bruno across well, though, and it's out for a throw.
It just gives Bruncevic a chance to come across, to close down the space that Nicky Melvin Singh had to work with in that situation. But you just saw again another example of Balestier trying to play it through the midfield, getting closed down very quickly. Chris said Krychek there, as Bruncevic deals with another situation, deals with another ball into the box. And just take the time and then try and kill the tempo, take the sting out of the game a little bit, slow the pace down in certain situations.
Marco, are we happy so far? Are they happy with the two coaches after, what, 23 minutes with the water break, Ahoy?
Yeah, I think he'll be satisfied with the performance of his players so far. You know, they're nice and compact in those spaces. They're aggressive to try and win the ball back. And Albirex haven't created anything of note so far, whereas Balestier have actually looked quite dangerous with Hoshino playing as that target man.
Games in the AIA Singapore Premier League, averaging just over 4 goals a game. The game between Tampines and Tanjung Bagage just back that up. Full-time whistle. Stags 3, Jaguars 1. And at the moment, Tampines, as things stand, joint top of the table with Albirex. I want to give this a commentator's curse, Roshan. We haven't had a goalless draw in the AIA Singapore Premier League so far. Quarter of the way through the game, are you confident we're going to get a goal? I'm not entirely sure I am.
I'm sure we'll get a goal in this one.
Can I hold you to that?
Well, yeah.
Oh, heavy touch from Jumbo. I think he just saw the challenge and anticipated it, and it's easily picked up by Yamashita. Oh, that was a free kick. I'm not entirely sure that Taniguchi intended that, but nevertheless it's a free kick, and that'll bring about the water break as our referee, who's been the centre of a couple interesting moments. And there's another one. Did he do anything wrong there for you, Taniguchi?
No, I don't think so, but Ahmad Shahir is clever in that situation. He just comes across, feels a bit of contact.
So 25 minutes in, Roshan. I'd like to have a look at that Fadley chance again, because I'm still convinced that Fadley was trying to be a bit cute there. I think he caught Koga off his line and thought, I'm going to play this to the near post of Koga, and he might end up accidentally deflecting it in. Am I giving Fadley too much credit?
Well, we'll get our pitchside reporter to try and speak to him and see if he meant that. Maybe he did. You know, it looked to me like he was looking for a runner in towards that 6-yard box. But yeah, as these two sides come across for their water break, I mean, it's Balestier will come off the much happier side. You know, they've kept Albirex at bay, in control. Nice to see Zaiful Nizam staying in goal there. He's got his water at his goalpost as well, so he doesn't need to come across all the way.
Is that just economy of a process or lazy? This is that chance for Fadley. Now, just keep an eye on Koga. I'm not sure you can see it from this angle, but for me, Koga gives up the near post.
He's got to sort of prepare himself for a cross that's coming into the 6-yard box in that situation. So there has to be a bit of leeway given there. I'm not quite sure if Fadli actually means to get it on target, but it's troubled the goalkeeper, and that's good enough. You know, you found an opening in behind, you got yourself in there.
We'll ask Fadli later on if he meant it, and I'm sure he'll say he did. Incidentally, another great chance goes to Jumbo Hoshino. That's probably the closest he'd come to a goal. A smart turn and shot from the leading goal scorer in the title-winning season for Albirex of 2018, now a Tiger. That just went past the right-hand post of Takehiro Koga. So we're goalless. 26 minutes without a goal. They were goalless here at half-time on Wednesday when Tanjung Pagar United held out the Sailors 0-0 until the break, before the Sailors put the turbos on and scored 5 in the second stanza. That's out for a throw. He's impressing early. Puvan Raj prepared to get busy down that left-hand side, and Kiki Krajcik's always there in and about that midfield area. And a reminder, Zulzul on the bench tonight for Balestier, so he can also add an extra dimension to them. But they're doing okay so far. That's flicked on in the wrong direction, and it was a header for Bruno. I don't think he expected it to get to him, and he probably should have done better, Roshan.
Yeah, it was Tezuka with that half clearance, I'd say. They made its way into Bruncevic. They got bodies into the box. There was space to whip across into the danger area. Coming in from Krajcik down that left-hand side. Good quality as well, troubling that Albirex defense. This wasn't enough from Bruncevic in terms of the power. Couldn't quite get enough power on that to trouble the goalkeeper. But it is Balestier once again looking good in possession. Good shape off the ball, closing off spaces together.
Handball, and it goes against them. The shot came in anyway from Taniguchi, and it was saved by Zaiful Nizam. Incidentally, the possession stats here, 52% to Albirex, 48% to Balestier. Not many sides come here and enjoy 48% possession. I know we've only played just shy of half an hour, Roshan, but it's encouraging, isn't it, from the visitors?
Well, again, it's good work there by Ahmad Shahir and Christian Krajcik. Shahir, with his run, his overlapping run, just taking the defender away, giving Krajcik that time and space to send across into the box. But again, I go back to what I said at the start. They're not going to have, you know, you mentioned 48% possession for Balestier, but they've been far more effective with their possession than Albirex have been with their 52%, and that's something I highlighted. And they're doing well with it.
Bit of space and time to play it out for Tezuka. He's playing all over the pitch, Tezuka. He's a joy to watch. There's more space as well. This is the first time they've had space in the middle of the park. It's Tokiwa to Nicky Singh, who's involved in a lot of good work down that right-hand side, and that's going to be deflected behind for a corner ball. That's probably the most probing and threatening cross we've seen, and Bruno dealt with it well.
It's such an important header from Bruno Bruncevic there, you know, getting it away from danger. So a bit of space for Nicky Singh just to get it on his right foot. With a nice ball in there. You can see Sirboy as well giving him a thumbs up, appreciating the service that was coming through, but just couldn't quite get past the head of Bruncevic.
Really well crafted. Great technique from Nicky Singh there, the way he swung that one in. Now, what will they make happen from the corner? Danger. But luckily for Balestier, there's no one near Faisal Rafi who can bring it away. But this is again where you could start to run into trouble from Albirex Niigata if you just hoop it up the other end and cede possession. This is what they thrive on, isn't it? Wave after wave.
Yeah, it's in those moments, actually, if you're a side like Balestier in that situations, or actually any side, we see this from the top teams where they work their counter-attacks really well from a situation where they're defending set pieces and they win it. They're very quick to transition, making the right sort of runs. But that ball from Faisal Rafi, just a bit of a waste. He didn't have the options ahead of him that he would have liked. He's looking to just get it into the space ahead of Puvan Raj, which is far too much on it.
Come on, you're the football philosopher, the football professor. In my imagination, it was Tezuka already changed positions as the cross comes in and is too deep. Can't get rid of it though. The skipper's there, Hashioka, to pick it up. And here he is again, Tezuka. Is he playing midfield? Is he playing defence? I don't know, but that ball was headed for Suboy. It was an important touch they got. Haswan Halim trying to get it clear. And the pressure is now just starting to ratchet up, Roshan.
Well, Tezuka's position there is just quite clear what his role is to facilitate the possession phases that Albirex find themselves in. He's always there to sort of either play a 1-2 down the flank or to switch the flanks and to switch the direction of play for the Japanese side.
Now they're starting to turn the screw up on possession. It's a long time since Balestier were able to string 3 passes together. The Japanese side getting into their stride with Tezuka, who really is impressing. Kunimoto, Nicky Singh, another player that's impressing. involved down that left-hand side. It's Takiwa. Kiki Singh just bundled off the ball there by Fadley. And Kiki Krajcik will compete for this. And that's a very confident header by Kunimoto back to Koga.
There you go, Tezuka just dropping in on that right-hand side, which allows Hashioka to push forward and create that width for Albirex.
Over on the right. Another good cross. And the header just too delicate, but they've still managed to find an orange shirt. Takiwa. Takiwa trying to bundle the ball past Fadley, nothing doing. Now Tezuka again. I don't think any player on the pitch has had more touches than Tezuka through this first half hour, Roshan.
Yeah, just dictating the tempo for Albirex from the center of midfield. Just looking for that driven pass in behind Balestier's defense. A bit too much on it for Fyros on that occasion.
Goal is still not with us, though. Just to confirm, you're still ruling out a goalless draw, Roshan, right? I'm going to keep asking you this every 10 minutes till we get one until I start making you predict a doomsday scenario.
Long way to go, Patrick. Patience, patience.
Patience is not my forte. I want this game to light up like a Christmas tree. There's Hashioka. It's getting more absorbing, though, certainly, because Balestier are having more and more defending to do. It's been a while since they've had a foray near Koga's goal. Fact remains, though, that Balestier have still had the two best chances of the game so far. For all the huffing and puffing Albirex have been doing with what's now 58% possession. Can't recall Zeifel having to make a save, a meaningful save certainly. That's going to be a free kick, and that's a careless area to give away a free kick. I wonder if that could come back to haunt Arish Kumar.
Well, it just seems like in the last couple of minutes or so, they're trying to work a few more patterns down this right-hand side. Again, Tezuka moving a bit more into that area, looking to link up with Hashioka. Just like Taniguchi as well, moving over, just looking to overload Amachar here, out on the left.
Kosuke Chiku is going to be over this. Looks like it's going to be the outswinger. 1, 2, 3, 5 orange shirts committed. We've already seen Takehiro Tezuka score a goal in this kind of situation this season. 2 men in the wall just to try and make it a little bit tricky. I'm assuming they're there to try and avoid that low drill across the 6-yard box, which could cause chaos. So he's going to have to go the aerial route here, Chico. Plays it straight to Arish Kumar, who can try and get it clear. Doesn't get it clear, though. Takes the big boot of Jumbo Hoshino to get it across the halfway line, but tellingly there, every single Albirex player was inside their final third of the field, Roshan.
Hey, you know what? Just to move aside from the football a little bit, I don't know if you picked it up on the microphones at home, if you heard that, but Albirex might be a Japanese club. We got a very Singaporean chant just now, just as they took that set piece of "We want goals" from some of the fans standing outside the venue here.
Is that a Singaporean chant? I thought it was a universal football chant.
We want goal. We want goal.
Goal. So goal singular.
Yeah.
Kunimoto, they do have a great... I mean, we talked about the strength in the organisation at Albirex Club, but they have a wonderful community theme here. Match days are always well attended. They got that wonderful cheerleading innovation where on match days before that rascal COVID came into effect, there'd be 200 youngsters performing before the crowd before each match. Well, that's a good steal. Now, can they get something going with Fadley? Fadley does really well. Fadley manages to see off. Is that Suboy tracking back? I think it is. And yeah. Suboy wins it back. Good work tracking back from the centre forward.
Tracking the run of Hazwan there, who carried the ball upfield for Balestier down the right-hand side. Just running into a bit of a cul-de-sac there, getting surrounded by 3 Albirex players, and Suboy doing good work, helping his team out.
They need a little bit of pressure in the Albirex final third, don't they, Balestier Khalsa, because that good work through the first quarter of the game just prior to the water break. Since they came out from the water break, Albirex Niigata looks to have ramped it up a fraction, and that's reflecting in the possession, which has gone from 58-42 to 60-40. First time effort. It was a really good touch to get it up from Taniguchi into a shooting position, but couldn't keep the shot down, Roshan, right?
That's such a clever move as well. I mean,
it's a difficult technique, that, isn't it?
Difficult technique, but have a look at this pass, pinged out by Koga on his left foot, right into the feet of Hashioka, and this is such an intelligent ball as well. Spots the run from midfield of Taniguchi, doesn't look to try and send it across deep into the box, just spots that space that opens up. The first touch sits up for him to try and hit it. Just gets caught underneath the ball from Taniguchi.
I think he had a bit more time and space than he realised there, Taniguchi, as well.
Really nice move from Albirex there, just on this occasion, looking to go a little bit more direct with that diagonal ball out to Hashioka.
36 minutes in, still no shot on target here at Jurong East Stadium. But Albirex are starting to threaten more regularly. Nicky Singh gets that touchdown to Utakawa. It's one-way traffic all of a sudden now, possession-wise, isn't it, Roshan?
It seems to have affected them negatively, perhaps.
That's a loose touch from Hashioka.
That water break.
Hoshino, well, I should have got that back, really. Wasn't done any favours by the man over on that far side, Amir Hakim.
This is interesting as well. Koga, I mean, you might not be able to see it on your screens here, but we're at the venue seeing Koga just stepping away from his penalty box, looking to be one of the extra players in the build-up for Albirex, the goalkeeper. Sweeper keeper, yep.
Suzuka. Near side, Nicky Singh. Great to see Nicky Singh involved. I do hope he's not the first player hooked, as was the case so often last season. The under-23 players were Singaporean youngsters were removed.
Right, you just look at how far out Koga is. He's almost at halfway there in the build-up phase for Albirex.
Tokiwa, Haswan Halim, and that's well won by Haswan Halim. He did really well there, because I thought for all the world that the Japanese were going to force a corner. There was a little push from Hoshino, and that's a needless set piece again they've given up. They can't keep giving away free kicks in that area.
Under pressure a little bit. Albirex are starting to find their passing rhythm, starting to move it forward a little bit quicker, getting spaces down in these wider positions. First it was on the right-hand side, and here it's a result of their pressing as well. And Kunimoto, I think, stepping forward, coming across to win the free kick.
They go back with the free kick rather than send it aerial. Tezuka again. Ambitious pass there. Was it too ambitious? Did it cross the line? No, it didn't. Play on's the call. Balestier just desperately trying to get it on the ground and string a couple of passes together at the moment. This might be their opportunity to do just that, or not if they give the ball to Tezuka in that position. Very scrappy off Tezuka's head. He knew very little about it. Game's just getting scrappy. Look at that for a touch. Glorious from Taniguchi. But again, after a couple of initial good touches, is the surface playing a part in the nature of this game, Roshan?
Well, in certain situations, yes. As I mentioned earlier, Albirex will be enjoying this because it allows you to move the ball quicker. There's a bit of zip to the surface. Might, again, as I said, it might cause a few errors as well. You've got to really judge the flight of the ball, and your touch has to be assured, as it was from Haswan there.
Yeah, knew what he was doing, Haswan there. A bit unfortunate not to get some luck. Fadley goes down under the attentions of the challenge from Nicky Singh. He's a good physical player for a youngster, Nicky Singh. He's not a shrinking violet, likes to get stuck in. And that's an ongoing battle between him and Haswan and him and Fadley that we'll keep an eye on.
Yeah, it's great to see a young man putting himself about there, showing he's not afraid to take a defender on, put himself about in a challenge.
Saiful. Hoshino. Oh, Kiki's dangerous in these situations, running through on goal. If Kiki can pull the trigger, he can. Keeper does spin it, but Koga positioned himself well to get his body behind it. But I tell you what, you're a brave team that lets Kiki Krychak run at you like that. If you give him half a yard more space than he had, 9 times out of 10, that's in the back of the net.
I think Hoshino was just taken out there a little bit as he flicked it on into the run of Krychak. Space just opened up for him. That's a comfortable enough claim by Koga there. Here's that loose touch from Yamashita, and quick to pounce on that occasion.
Didn't see much in there with Hoshino. It was Yamashita that was involved. It looked a little bit innocuous, and good to see Hoshino's back up on his feet, because can't help but think, I've still not been entirely convinced. I've seen them play well together at times, but would be nice to think we'll get a glimpse of Zuzu and Hoshino playing up front together in the second half, as maybe Marco gets ambitious and tries to maybe even get the win if it's still goalless at that point. Be a brave manager to make that call though, wouldn't it? Trying to preserve a point at Jurong East, home of the champions.
I'll tell you what, it's been a fascinating game from my perspective. I know people out there will be looking and hoping for goals and more goals. As you said, Patrick, you're not quite patient. You want to see the goals come flying in as Tokiwa gives away a free kick there. But for me, I look at it and the different aspects of the game to sort of appreciate and enjoy as well.
No, very much so. I think, you know, there are some grouches out there through the first couple of rounds saying, oh, yeah, it's all very well said, these 3-all draws are great, but some of the defending has been shocking.
You can't have it both ways.
You can't have it both ways. I mean, it's nice to see one of these games where so far, I think you have to give credit. I mean, the two that have impressed me most are Balestier Khalsa. You have to hand it to Ensar Bruncevic and Amir Hakim, because, you know, particularly Amir Hakim is the kind of player that can play it out from the back, and they haven't been caused too many problems. I mean, the closest they've come to a goal, Albirex, in all reality, was that effort over the bar after Taniguchi latched onto that wonderful ball from Hashioka. That's it.
Yep.
At the other end, Balestier have probably come closest.
Again, they'll be very happy with the way things have gone so far. You know, Hoshino's gone down again. I don't think he's quite right here, you know, and this is, if he does have to come off, it's going to be a big blow.
Well, it's a blow, I suppose.
Balestier.
They've got Zuzul, so it would be very much like for like, but it, again, negates what Marko Krajovic is hoping for, and that's for a second half, you know, boost, if you like. And I think you've spot on here. It doesn't look like it's encouraging. Has he gone down a second time? It's very innocuous. I wonder whether there's some kind of muscle there, thigh muscle or something.
From the way he's sort of stretching out, it could be an abdominal issue. Oh, it just looks like he's actually taken a heel into his abdominals there as he went up for the header. So
he's in the wars, but is he going to be okay?
He should be
again?
okay. Looks okay. Let's hope he's okay.
Of course, one of the things about COVID-19, one thing that has improved is the physios aren't allowed on as much as they once were, which is wonderful to see. Unfortunately, the physio came on that occasion, so he'll have to go off to come back on. Just 2.5 minutes to go to the break. Of course, the traditional footballing 1 minute time to be added on at the end of the first half seems to be a thing of the past now with water breaks. You tend to get a minimum of 2. Maybe our 4th official. Why Saath Kumar will surprise me when he puts that board up in just a couple of moments' time. Balestier Khalsa, 2 minutes to hold out, to hold the champions goalless as Jumbo's back on. They've had to concede the majority of possession since the water break, but they have had the better of the chances to this point. Played down the line by Firas Hassan, the other Singaporean, alongside Nicky Singh in the starting lineup. It's harmless again. Yeah, and I'll ask you once more, Mr. Roshan Rai, are we going to get a goal today?
I got to keep the faith, keep the hope alive here.
Not that there's anything wrong. Disclaimer with the 0-0 draw. It's still fascinating. Of course, we've already had 4 goals.
I enjoy it, Patrick, whether goals or not. I mean, like I said, the different aspects to a game of football that you can look at and analyse.
4 goals already today in the AIA Singapore Premier League, all coming at our Tampines hub. Another goal for Yasser Hanapi after his brace against Young Lions earlier in the season. Madu Mahana with his second, Hanapi with his third of the campaign, and Taufik Sapano with his second. Lewis Jr. from the penalty spot in reply from Tanjung Pagar United. Stags at the moment join top with Albirex Niigata, but there's plenty of time to be played in this one. Hashioka twisting and turning, Kriki Kajcek not leaving him under any pressure. Hashioka again. Chested down well. And that's a long ball that finds Firos. Hashioka, who along with Tezuka have been the most influential players to this point, and that was a really strong challenge from Amir Hakim. He impressed last season, and he's impressing this as well, Amir Hakim. It's going to turn out to be a good signing, I think, this for Balestier Khalsa, Roshan.
Yeah, it's a good defending by the young man there, keeping track of the run of Taniguchi. It was a clever ball by Hashioka. Just look at this, try and sneak one in towards the near post. Well defended by Amir Hakim.
Former Young Lion, part of an impressive backline at times last season with Madam Mahana. There we go. The new normal, 2 minutes of time to be added on at the end of the first half is thrown up, and no question, if it stays like this for the next 110 seconds, Marko Krajovic will be the happier of the two managers at half-time, because it's not like they've been surviving an onslaught. They've been conceding a lot of pressure, but Albirex haven't gone close yet. And another really strong challenge over on that far side that had to be spot on, sees a corner right at the end of the first half. But it's difficult to fault Balestier's defending to this point, Roshan.
Yeah, they're putting bodies on the line. Faisal Rafi there coming across on this occasion. Just making sure that he followed that runner from deep. Good sliding challenge across just to put it out.
Haven't had a corner yet themselves, Balestier Khalsa. This will be the third one that they have to defend. And there's plenty of orange shirts forward on this occasion. No fewer than 7 in the area. Heads across, dangerous, miss hit this time by Faisal Rafi. Nicky Singh's on the edge of the area. And he's being muscled out of that after really good work from Kiki Krajcik, and that's an intelligent ball as well. Trying to play in Aswan Halim, who just can't get there. And again, look at that, Hashioka all of a sudden down on this left-hand side for Albirex Roshan. That's called putting a shift in.
Yeah, in those set-piece situations, you've got a couple of players just hanging back there. Hashioka, one of those, being asked to stay back when they have corners, just to make sure they can snuff out any danger on the counter-attack. Yes, but you're right to say it's well defended down this left-hand side. He just swapped places with Tokiwa, the left-back, for a few moments.
Well, positives for Balestier Khalsa. Jumbo looks okay to continue. They've still got the option of Zuzu on the bench, and as it stands, they are holding the defending champions to a goal of straw, but Balestier Khalsa will be acutely aware this season, Roshan, in the second halves of matches. They thrown away a 3-1 lead against the Young Lions and got back into the game against Tampines before going down 2-1. If they could take the lead right in half-time, it would be something. That's a high foot. He's unfortunate there. He's going to be penalised. Puvan Raj should just be a free kick, though. You're always going to get pinged in those situations, aren't you, the forward player, Roshan?
Yeah, I mean, Kunimoto knows he's got to put his head in there. Puvan Raj is just going to try and do what he can to connect with the ball. It's won well in the air by Hoshino once more. That's brave defending by Kunimoto, doing his job.
But that was one of a number of examples in that first half that the aerial route could still prove fruitful for Balestier Khalsa in the second half. It's goalless here at the break. More analysis from Roshan Rai to come with for you during the half-time interval in our half-time show. At the moment, though, goalless. It's Albirex Niigata 0, Balestier Khalsa 0 on live Sunday Night Football with the AIA Singapore Premier League. Goalless at the break between the defending champs and league leaders. Albirex Niigata, Balestier Khalsa have stood firm, and let's face it, not a complete onslaught of pressure. And indeed, I believe Balestier Khalsa have had the best chances, but it's not what I think. Roshan Rai is giving the expert analysis. And how would you sum up that first 45, Roshan?
I think Marco and Balestier will be really happy with the way things have gone in an opening 45. You know, I think generally they had good control of the game in the defensive phases, nice and compact in those situations, and they caused a few issues for Albirex in their first half.
Okay, let's look back at the best of the action from the first 45. And as I said, I think this will prove out that it was Balestier that arguably were the more dangerous. And this was a wonderful turn from Hoshino 15 minutes in, Roshan.
It's great centre-forward play. I mean, he's caused a few issues for Albirex, just with his ability to hold off defenders. What I like about this is intelligent. You know, he has a quick scan, has a quick look over his shoulder, see the position of a defender, backs into Kunimoto, and then that first touch off the chest gets it out in front of him so that he can have a shot at goal, which unfortunately goes just wide, but it did trouble Koga for a bit.
Now, Fadley, I'll be arguing with Roshan about this till the end of this season. I think Fadley saw Koga maybe with a question mark over his position. You see it on that angle a bit better, and I think he tried to catch him out. From that angle, Roshan, you see what I mean.
I
don't agree with it, but you see what I mean.
I see what you mean. I see where you're coming from, but I still think he's looking for a player in the. I still think he's looking for a player in the 6-yard box. But have a look at it as it comes back across as well, Patrick. There's going to be a shout for a penalty. I think there might be a bit of a nudge here, you know, from Fairoz Hassan on Ahmad Shahir, but the referee's right there. He's got a clear line of sight, decides not to give it.
Penalty or no penalty?
No, I think a penalty would have been solved. No penalty.
Now, Bruno, this came to him and it wasn't expecting it, I don't think. He just couldn't reposition his body to either get the power or the direction on the header.
Yeah, there's not enough on it for Bruncevic to really work with in that situation. He's got to generate all that power on his own, and he can't quite do it.
Best little passage of play that we saw from Albirex we'll be seeing in a minute just after we get another look at Bruno, who just couldn't get it either side of the keeper, Koga. But have a look at this. You called this at the time a wonderful little bit of vision from Hashioka.
Yeah, great work by Koga. We're seeing as the half was going on, pushing further forward. The goalkeeper, remember, being a part of Alberex's possession play, moving close towards the halfway line, and he's the one who actually pings it. Look at this pass from your goalkeeper onto the feet, right into the feet of Hashioka, who's clever enough to spot that bit of space that opens up as that Balestier defense drops off. Fortunately, Taniguchi, with that first touch, just skips up a little bit off the surface, and he catches the ball right underneath it, which means it's always going to be sailing over.
Now, how many times have we seen Kiki Krajcek score from these situations in the AIA Singapore Premier League? Didn't quite catch hold of that one that time.
Again, it's good work by Hoshino, pouncing on an error there just to get it into Krajcek. And I said at the start, he does love a shot from range, but he's not had too many opportunities in that first half to really have any shots at goal and trouble the goalkeeper. On that occasion, again, another straightforward save by Koga. But you see from the highlights here, Balestier doing really well to hold off Albirex Niigata. And not just that, working well to create opportunities of their own.
Yeah, and we can hear beneath us in the Balestier Khalsa dressing room, there's a big G-up going on for the second half. And there are the numbers that show you just how much Balestier have been in this game. An incredible 4 shots on target. That can't be right. Did they have 4 shots on target?
I think so, yeah, but perhaps not really dangerous shots on target.
Classic shots. No yellow cards, no red cards. Incidentally, we are now into the second half of the 12th game of the season. Still no red cards. And there are the tail of the tape stats for the first half here at Jurong East. Let me remind you what happened at our Tampines Hub earlier tonight. This scoreline means that as things stand, Albirex and Tampines Rovers will be joint top of the AIA Singapore Premier League tonight. That's after goals from Madu, Torfik and Yasir Hanapi, despite a Lewis Jr. penalty for Tanjung Bagar, meant the points stayed with the Stags. So, will we get a goal in the second half? Roshan is uncommitted. I'm confident I think we will get one, but one thing's for sure, the most impressive part of what we've seen so far has been Balestier's defensive resilience.
It has, and look, you were asking me all through that first half if we'll still get a goal. I say yeah, and I think we'll see one in the second half.
Am I like that child in the back of the car? Are we nearly there yet, Dad? Right, join us in a couple of minutes. Back from the second half, the final half of football in round 3 of the Singapore Premier League. Stay with us.
AIA Vitality. Your health is every choice you make. We are part of a global wellness program with over 1.65 million members in AIA across Asia. And in Singapore, we have more than 100,000 members on AIA Vitality. Members live healthier by knowing their health through online health assessments and screenings. They improve their health by logging exercises and enjoying the rewards to keep them going. And indeed, members are making improvements in their health. Even the vitality age gap has narrowed to less than a year. Best of all, you earn points for every activity. The higher your status, the greater the rewards, including up to 15% off insurance premium on selected AIA plans. To keep you going, there is the weekly fitness challenge with personalized targets to help pace and improve your fitness. When you complete the challenge, you get a spin on the Vitality Wheel to earn Vitality Coins, which you can use at the marketplace. That's not all. You also earn AIA Vitality Points for completing these activities. And very soon, you'll be on your way to Platinum status. And we sweeten the deal further with many exciting partner benefits that you can enjoy. With AIA Vitality, nothing gets better than a healthier you. So get onto AIA Vitality today because your health is every choice you make.
Welcome back live to Jurong East Stadium, where after a 2-hour delay, we were delighted to get underway at 7:30 local time in the evening. A warm welcome wherever you're watching around the world. Time here in Singapore is just coming up to 8:30 local time in the evening, and we are goalless going into the second stanza. In the white, you see Balestier Khalsa without a win so far this season. In the orange, coming out to start the second half, are the defending champions, and going into this weekend, the league leaders, Albirex Niigata. A point would be enough to see them stay top. If they were to go down to a defeat here, Tampines Rovers would be the new league leaders of the AIA Singapore Premier League season after 3 rounds, after they beat Tanjung Pagar by 3-1 earlier this evening. Roshan Ray alongside me. Any changes we should be taking note of? I can see a couple of Albirex subs coming on, and please don't tell me they're hooking Nicky Singh, because they're hooking Faris Hassan. He is making way for Takahashi. And the other change, I've got a horrible feeling it is Nicky Singh, which again, listen, I know you're very politically correct and you know, say the right things, Roshan, but I'm disappointed. I thought Nicky Singh had a good half there, and yet again this problem, and they're entitled to do it, so they're not breaking any rules, but it's just frustrating that the young Singaporean youngsters that Albirex have to field it for the first half seem to always be hooked at the start of the second stanza. It happened to Gareth Lowe all the time.
No, I disagree with you, Patrick. I'm not politically correct at all. I'm just telling you the way it is. And the way it is they've gotten 45 minutes and an opportunity to play. If he's not producing on the pitch, and the rules are such that Shigetomi has got every right to make the changes that he wants to. It's his squad. It's his squad.
If you're the coach, do you make the same decisions? I get
the
benefits.
Yeah, I do.
I get the benefits, and we just talked about this in the pre-match. Certainly, maybe today's not the best example. I've seen times watching Albirex Niigata, and hey, you do make a good point. How can you criticise the team that have been champions in 4 of the last 5 seasons? But I just wonder, you are saying, as someone that's been there, that 45 minutes of action with Albirex is essentially better than none, and the opportunity to be in the camp in your formative years, even if you're only getting half a game, is worth it.
No, I think, look, if you're deserving of more game minutes, and I think you deserve to play. Nicky Melvin Singh was given 45 minutes today. He's 18 years of age. And you've got a whole group of younger players in this Albirex Niigata squad overall who are experiencing a different level of training and a different sort of environment than they're normally used to. It's good to be exposed to different things.
The other thing that's interesting about that substitution situation, of course, is because they tend to, more often than not, make that double change right in half-time, it, of course, limits Shigetomi's options for shuffling it up later in the game, doesn't it? And we talked about the fact they do play with an established start together, but it makes their endurance even more remarkable when they haven't got the ability to use the substitutes bench as other teams do.
Look, I think there's a couple of different ways of looking at this, and there's not just one side to things. And you're right to bring up that point about, you know, we want to see more Singaporeans playing for longer in these games. Well, we'll go back to that just to see how this attack pans out.
It's petered out as it's penalty clear for Balestier Khalsa by Ahmed Shahir. Obviously no changes at the break for Balestier Khalsa. No, it's an interesting point. I'm sure Roshan will get throughout the course of the season to debate the rights and wrongs and the benefits. I suppose one thing you have to say, maybe see him off the bench today. We'll see if we get an opportunity to look at Gareth Lowe, how much the time at Albirex has helped him. And I suppose I'm being critical that Gareth Lowe was being hooked at half-time for Albirex Niigata more often than not. He's not even in the starting 11 for Balestier Khalsa. I know he's coming back from injury, but we may see him in the second half. But again, taking aside the Singaporean element to it, it is a handicap for Albirex that they tend to make the double change right on half-time.
Well, I guess, you know, again, it comes down to the coach's decision. He's there to make the changes. He's there to decide what he thinks is best for his side. At the end of the day, if it doesn't work out for them, then he's the one who's going to be under pressure. He's the one that's going to lose his job. So he's got to do what's right for his team. And it doesn't matter what we on the side say or think about him or the changes that are being made. He's trying to do the best for his team and the best for himself. It's professional football, Patrick. He's not here to help you develop your players.
And I suppose the flip side of the coin is the boys, when they join Albirex, now know that that's the raison d'etre, and that's what tends to happen to them. And of course, you know, we don't see many players being negative about Albirex Niigata that have been there. I think they're universally appreciative of the introduction to a stiffer regime. I mean, you could argue that we want everyone in the Singapore Premier League training and producing the goods like Albirex Niigata do. Still goalless, Hashioka. Just for those of you new to the AIA Singapore Premier League, it's Albirex in the orange playing left to right in this second half, Balestier in the white playing right to left. Hanada and Takahashi. The two changes at the break by Shigatomi.
I think what I said to you at halftime about, we're starting to hear Marco a little bit more at the start of the second half, but first half seemed to be a little bit quiet down that side. I think he was pretty happy with the way his charges went about their business.
He would have been for half an hour, wouldn't he? I mean, we looked at those percentage stats after half an hour. It was 52-48. All of a sudden now it's 64-36. But for all the possession that they had, Albirex, they haven't really been burrowing down on a regular basis on the Balestier Khalsa goal. And you still know with Balestier Khalsa, with Jumbo, with Kiki, with maybe Zuzu if he's on the pitch, they've got the kind of players that can pop up, as we nearly saw with Kiki Krajicek. Give them a bit of space and time, and all of a sudden they can find you a goal. And that's a rare defensive mistake by Yamashita that he just about gets away with, and Kiki's disappointed.
Yeah, it's look, when you look at that, and that's an opportunity loss, and you can understand why Krajicek would be disappointed with that, because he put him under pressure, he won the ball back, and there was space for Hoshino to get in behind there. It's just unfortunate for Balestier in that situation.
Look at the space that the substitute Takahashi's in on this near side. You can't quite pick it up here, but he's screaming for the ball. There's the Albirex fans over in that right-hand corner of the stadium. Strike up when the Swans come marching in. That's the first time I've heard that one. Are they still singing "We Want Goal"?
Bit of variation to the chart now.
Free kick going the way of Albirex. They take it quickly. Suboi, we've seen next to little of the man who's been in amongst the goals in the early part of the season, and Krajicek's come up with a steal, and he spread it to Hoshino. And look at the youngster herring up Puvan Raj. If they can find him, it comes to Puvan Raj. It's just over his head, and he really anticipated that well, Puvan. He chased it down, but the cross just wasn't up to par, Roshan.
Yeah, far too much on the cross there. But look, again, encouraging signs from Balestier. As Hoshino on this occasion goes down that right-hand side. It's good pressing there just as the ball goes out of play.
Well, just welcome to our viewers watching on the AIA Singapore Premier League Facebook page and One Play Sports. We understand that transmission unfortunately has ended on Singtel due to an upcoming FA Cup game. Quite frankly, why they're dumping the Singapore Premier League for the FA Cup, I do not know. It's outrageous.
Who's watching that competition?
But the good news is, I'm sure, as you know, you can join us here on the AIA Singapore Premier League Facebook page and One Play Sports. Every game this season, Singtel Star Hub, where schedules permit, and of course, ever present on the AIA Singapore Premier League Facebook page and One Play Sports. Meanwhile, that was a badly connected pass from Taniguchi. They're just starting to look a little bit more anxious here, Albirex. Tezuka headed on by Taniguchi, and again it breaks down rather simply. No sign of Marko Kravic going to the bench. He's just trying to get his players to calm down here. they've shown they've got enough quality in the middle of the park where if they just try and get their foot over the ball, they can still cause Albirex some problems, Roshan.
Yeah, again, they're not going to have much possession, as touched on the first half. They're just going to be very effective and efficient when they do have it. And certain, like now, for example, this is where they got to make the most of these situations. But it's good closing down. I mean, really good counter-pressing by Albirex there, just to try and win the ball back as soon as they lose it.
That's one of their other strengths, isn't it? Kuramoto on that occasion, they've just got great anticipation. You very rarely catch them out and catch them napping. I'm being told that having made that promising run, Pavan Raj is going to be replaced by Gareth Lowe. So we're going to see a product of the Albirex Niigata play 45 minutes and hit the shower system, because Gareth Lowe is about to be introduced, and it'll be interesting to see how he plays, because I think he'll become one of the first names on the tee sheet for Marco as the season draws on, but I know he's been struggling with a slight knock. So Gareth Lowe about to replace Pavan Raj, and again, does that come down to the under-23 rule and maybe just some fresh legs?
Well, I'll come back to that.
Here is Suboy. Suboy inside, still Suboy! And that was an important block. Great work by Amir Hakim, I think it was, because that was going goalwards. First we see from Suboy in the penalty area of Balestier Khalsa. They've got a last out here, Hashioka. Lovely turn from Hashioka. He's left Pavan Raj standing still. Hashioka squares it, charges, they can get the shot away. Just can't make connection, Taniguchi, and they survive only just. Again to the edge of the area. Tezuka now. Real worrying moments for Balestier Khalsa as the champs come forward. Shiku. Tezuka. Cheered on by their hardcore White Swan community over in that far corner outside the stadium. Albirex really starting now for the first time really in the match, Roshan, to lay a bit of a siege to Balestier Khalsa's penalty area.
Yeah, again, just looking to be patient in possession here. Work that Balestier Khalsa defense around. You can see how compact it is. They've got all the 11 players in there, even Hoshino and Krajcek sitting very deep, this Balestier Khalsa side. They need to move the ball quickly just to shift that defensive block.
They switch it with Yamashita. Hashioka tries to fashion the space for a cross, and he does just that. Hashioka was another important header away. Was that Amir Hakim? Again, he's having some game alongside Ensar, Amir Hakim. Two of them look like they're forming a really promising centre-back partnership, Roshan.
Yeah, it's a nice partnership. We spoke about that at the start in our build-up to this game, and how those two are looking nice and comfortable with each other, as Amir Hakim once again reading that one very well, stepping across Taniguchi, wants to win the ball back.
And physically he looks developed. He looks like a centre-back now, Amir Hakim, doesn't he? He doesn't look out of place playing alongside a European centre-back at Ensar, which is also promising. Takahashi, Hollywood pass, trying to switch flanks, and that first-time cross will comfortably be watched by Zaiful Nizam out for a goal kick, and now the change comes. Talk us through the thought process to this one. Is it just a pair of fresh legs?
Yeah, I think it's a pair of fresh legs. I mean, you got another young man coming on to try and make an impact. Pavan Raj put in a good shift, not being that effective with the ball, hasn't had much of an opportunity to show his worth with the ball, but he's helped his side out defensively in terms of their shape and their setup. Chance for Gareth Lowe here. I mean, to go back to your point about the Singaporean players being taken off by Albirex, and we've seen under-23 players, local players at local clubs get taken off after half-time as well.
Quite
so,
right.
It works both ways,
doesn't tend to happen as much right on half-time, though. You're entirely right, but I don't know whether it's splitting hairs, but they do tend to wait to like the 60-minute mark. But yeah, I mean, it's an issue, and it's something that I know the FAS work very closely with the coaches of the national setups to see what would best develop players. And again, we're all working together, and it's great, healthy debate. I mean, that's the thing. People have a moan and argue and debate about all these things in football, but all debate is healthy. At the end of the day, there's no such thing as a bad opinion. It's just a game of opinions ultimately.
Well, honestly, as long as we can be respectful of each other's opinions, we will be fine.
Well, on a line to that, I won't tell everyone what you were calling me at half-time when we were in commercial break. I jest, of course. Look at this, the fresh legs and pace of Takahashi. Now, as he spotted Zaiful off his line, he thought he might have done. Zaiful alive to the threat, and he was under a bit of pressure there as well as Suboy closed in. What do you make of Suboy? First time I've seen him in the flesh this season. Obviously, we've been looking at those highlight reels and the goals going in. I suppose you just got to give all the credit in the world rather than criticise Suboy as Kiki tries to get on track. You've got to give the credit to Amir Hakim and Ensar.
Yeah, I mean, I've watched a Albrex's first 2 games of the season. I think Suboy's movement has generally been very good, and he works really hard. We're just hearing Marco absolutely losing it at Arish Kumar there for playing a stray sloppy pass, and his side is under pressure now.
Hanada with a cross. Oh, Ensar's had a little bit of a swing and a miss. And now there's a half-hearted penalty shot. Now, has that gone by for a goal kick? He must have got a touch there, the Albirex Niigata player.
Yeah, Suboy, air shot there, really perhaps just connecting with the ball a little bit as it comes into the box. He was looking for a penalty.
Hanada with a probing cross. It was a miskick by Ensar.
Yeah.
Did he get a touch on that?
Might have. The referee's right there.
He's got such an angelic face, isn't he, Ensar? When he tells the referee that the other players just dived, you'd believe him, wouldn't you? I mean, Zaiful is in a bit of discomfort. They have got obviously a goalkeeping sub in Martin Munt, who's one of their under-23 players. Hopefully this is nothing too serious.
That doesn't look good at all. It feels like he's holding his thigh, his upper thigh there. He's just gone down. No contact made. You feel in those situations it's a muscle issue, so you're generally a little more concerned.
Well, this would be a concern if you have to throw on what would be a very inexperienced keeper for the final half an hour plus against the league champions. Who's that showing some discomfort there as well? Fadli, who's run himself into the ground, and he's still got another half an hour to go. And of course, we talked about this in depth. We do every time, every season. Fitness levels are going to play a part here. They've had to work very hard in defence, Balestier Khalsa, and this last 33 minutes, if they do end up trying to come away from here with a 0-0 draw, it's going to feel like 33 years to some of them.
I mean, listen, it requires a lot of concentration and discipline when you're playing the way Balestier are at the moment. And it's going to be a change in the goalkeeping department. Patrick, we're going to see Martin coming on.
And what can you tell us about Martin Munt?
Young player getting an opportunity here for this side. And look, what a game. Finally poised. What a game to come on. What a moment to come in and get an opportunity here. 0-0. Your side's under pressure, under the cosh. Balestier youth player as well, I think under 21s. There is on the younger age spectrum.
I think I'm correct in saying it's going to be your senior debut, and what a position to come into. This will be the second of Marco's 3 allowed substitutes, which means, of course, if the next one isn't Zuzu, we won't see him, but our best wishes go to Martin Munt as he replaces the injured Zaiful. What must be going through this young man's thought process right now? I mean, Zaiful departs without having had to make a save, really.
Yeah.
Roshan?
Yeah.
I've got a horrible feeling that Martin Munt may have to, so best of luck to the youngster. Let's hope he can make a name for himself here. We saw McCundon be a bit erratic, but make a name for himself between the sticks for Geylang on Wednesday, for Hougang on Wednesday, and indeed for Hougang yesterday against the Sailors. It's great to see young players, but this is what it's all about. This is what this young man's been training hard for, waiting for his opportunity, and now it comes. And I always think with goalkeepers, Roshan, a lot of the time you have to be in the right place at the right time, don't you, to get your opportunity?
Yeah, it's one of those positions where you don't make too many changes, do you? You try and keep it as stable as you can, and obviously with Balestier, they've got a very clear-cut number 1 in Zaiful. This is also a Singapore international goalkeeper, so it's a big step up for the young man, Martin, and I'm sure he'll be nervous and excited at the same time.
How many goalkeepers did the Singapore national manager call up for training? As meanwhile, we'll break off from that to see a run down the left-hand side and a promising cross. Oh, just over Jumbo Hoshino on that occasion. But it was good work from Gareth Lowe, his first real contribution to the game, Roshan.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a loose touch.
Again, it's another attack that's just fizzled out a little bit. Albirex in possession once more. Being the side that's able to apply that pressure on this Balestier Khalsa side as they drop back into their shape.
We had that long stoppage for the Zaiful injury. Obviously, we'll get another stoppage for the water break. So that's going to help Balestier upset the flow of Albirex Niigata, because they started the second half, didn't they? Really throwing some barrages at the Balestier penalty area.
Well, because it's so compact in the middle and Balestier are very narrow between the lines, and you know, laterally they're shifting across very well. The spaces will open up in those wider areas, and that's where Albirex will try and look to work out any openings or opportunities for themselves here.
Tezuka. Chiku's been quiet in this second half. I've been quite influential during the first 45 minutes.
Very difficult for them to find spaces through the middle. Just try and shift this defensive block around. Look for spaces that would open up.
Hashioka to Hanada. Hanada again. Patient build-up. We're inside the final half an hour now. I don't think we've had a game go this season an hour without having a goal. As I said, we've certainly had no 0-0 draw so far this season. Oh, here's a chance. On the breakaway. Kiki with ball at feet. Gareth Lowe to his left if he wants to use him. Gareth Lowe's played in. Can Gareth Lowe get a shot away? Just slid over as he tried to make contact, Roshan, but promising counter-attack. They nearly caught them napping.
Yeah, again, there's an opportunity for Balestier. It's on those counter-attacking situations. They worked it well on this occasion. Christian Krajcek driving, carrying the ball forward as far as he possibly could, under a bit of pressure. Managed to find the pass into Gareth Lowe, but just gave Yamashita that opportunity to come across. The pass into the feet of Gareth, rather than perhaps into the space ahead of him to keep the momentum of the move going. And slipped up as he hit that one, Gareth.
To this point, though, 64% possession plays 36, and it's Balestier who've had the better chances. That goes down probably just as good as any of the best chances that Albirex have had to this point. Well, there's a strong, firm challenge that Jumbo wants a free kick for and is not getting. Did you see anything in that, Roshan?
Nah, I think it's just two players going up for a challenge there. It's brilliant to see Kunimoto and Hoshino. Balls in the air to be won. Both of them going for it.
Well, anticipated that by Fadli Nizam, who we saw blowing out his cheeks while Zaiful was substituted. And of course, the other conundrum Marco's got here, if it stays 0-0, now what would you do in this position? Say we get to the 75th, 80th minute. Do you have a reshuffle of the formation and still bring Zuzu on through his experience? Because obviously, I'd imagine Marco is anticipating having Zuzu on the bench when they were maybe one down, trying to come back into it and get a goal. Tricky decision for Marco to make.
I don't think I do it right now because the shape looks pretty stable. And if you're thinking about bringing Zuzul on, who are you sort of taking off? Are you replacing him for another attacker? Perhaps a Krajcek or Hoshino? I wouldn't take either of those guys off at the moment.
Yeah, and I think Hoshino can be a good presence defending set pieces. Mind you, they might very well be chasing a deficit shortly. You just don't know, but I think that height from Hoshino, if anything, you'd maybe bring him on Zuzu and just have him play deep for the last 5 minutes to see it out, because his experience and ability to hold up the ball is certainly a plus, as now Hoshino gets a free kick. Now, do they want to try and take it quickly? No. They slow it down, but there's still appetite. Taswan Halim and Gareth Lowe, they're still keen to get forward. They're not parking the bus here by any stretch, Balestier Khalsa. They're being disciplined in defence when they have to be, but they're also taking their opportunities to counter.
Yeah, I mean, those will always come up for you. If you're a side that's defending as deep as they've been defending in this game so far, there is going to be spaces in behind on the counter-attack. And we've already seen Gareth Lowe have an opportunity there after Krajcek carried the ball forward. So those will be the openings for Balestier Khalsa in this game, just based on how deep they are sitting when they don't have the ball.
Use of the hand from Suboy there.
They're just going back to, Zuzul again. I don't think it's really an option at the moment, because Faisal Rafi and Arish Kumar in central midfield, yeah, okay, they haven't done too much with the ball, but off the ball they've worked really hard and really well together just to close off those spaces in those central positions. Yeah, he is picking up a loose ball once again, Faisal.
Yamashita out-jumping Jumbo in the build-up to that, but they've won it back well, Balestier Khalsa. They've got to try and utilise those fresh legs of Gareth Lowe. Of course, Gareth Lowe knows all about Albirex, as that's eventually controlled by Arish Kumar, but eventually going back through to Koga. And again, neither goalkeepers really had to make a proper save here with 25 to play, Roshan.
Yeah, we're starting to see a very clear pattern to this game in the second half. Balestier just dropping off, not interested in pressing high at all, just looking to protect their own half. Very deep, very compact, allowing them to have the spaces out wide. But Albirex haven't quite been able to manufacture any serious sort of opportunities as you look at how deep Balestier are. And Koga again, the playmaker.
Koga inside the Balestier half when he played that ball. You identified it early. He's the very definition of he's not so much a sweeper keeper, he's almost like a midfield keeper now. Kiki belts it up in the air for Hoshino to try and win it aerially. Does well, gets it to Gareth Lowe. Gareth Lowe brings that down decently, but thought for a minute Taniguchi would be able to outmuscle Ahmed Shahir. And again, we talked about whether Marco brings on Zuzu. What are you thinking now if you're Shigatomi? Because there's a delayed whistle there for a free kick for another handball. Because Shigatomi must be getting frustrated that Albirex just simply aren't creating clear-cut chances.
Yeah, it's again very difficult to break down this Balestier side. I was just having a bit of a chuckle there because Faisal.
You say it's very difficult to break them down. The Young Lions scored 3 against them. Tampines scored 2. It wasn't that difficult over the last 7 days to break them down.
Well, difficult in this game. Every match is different, isn't it, Patrick? If we're taking those 3 goals as a result, then you say every team should be able to score 3 goals against Balestier. But you obviously go in and analyze these matches. You look back at it and you work on things that you can improve on. And we're seeing evidence of that.
Oh, Haswan to Gareth Lowe. Jumbo waits in the middle. Gareth Lowe with a square ball, and he had to gather that on the full Kogo. Otherwise, Jumbo was going to pounce. More promising forward movement from Balestier, but this, I suppose, is where they've got to be careful, Roshan.
Yeah, these moments when they're pushing players forward, Balestier. But to be fair, for the most part, they've been very quick to get themselves back into the defensive shape.
Fitness level so far holding up for Balestier Khalsa. I suppose as well, to give Albirex Niigata some credit, Balestier Khalsa would have approached this game differently, certainly to the Young Lions match and almost certainly to the Tampines game as well. Because people are just so wary of Albirex Niigata and their ability to be so clinical, you automatically go in there with a more defensive mindset. I mean, we've seen that in the team selection with Zuzu on the bench.
Well, there you go.
Played across by Yamashita. To Kunimoto. Hanada. Shita again. I think I said $73 if you had $1 every time they passed it from side to side. I'm in triple figures now for that, $100 plus, I think. That was at the start of the game. Still no panic. That's the other thing they do at Albirex. They know they've still got a quarter of the game to try and find a breakthrough, but I think this next water break's going to be an interesting reset, if you like. There's another pass he could probably have afforded to let that go, Amir Hakim, because after that water break in the first half, they turned the screw in the second part of the first stanza. Here's that Gareth Lowe cross again.
Well, again, that opportunity on the counter-attack. It's Haswan on this occasion, carrying the ball right through the middle. He's not being able to find the right ball across the face of goal into Hoshino there.
Gareth Lowe's made a difference since he's come on, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. You know, again, he's looking lively down that left-hand side, giving them that those fresh legs, a bit of energy. Gotten involved in a couple of counter-attacks from Balestier already.
Throw taken by Ahmed Shahir. Giving up possession quite easily there, though. It's not gone out of play, despite what Balestier might like to think. This is going to come to Tezuka. He might have a go at putting the trigger here. Tezuka! Oh, whistle past the right-hand post of the substitute goalkeeper, Martin Munn. But that's what Albirex are being reduced to at the moment, as we do take that second half water break. Roshan Rai.
Yeah, well, that's one of the dangers of sitting back too deep. Those spaces will open up in front of your defense there. In situations like that, they find a quick ball across the face of goal. And why not have a crack? You know, it opens up for you. He has an option to his left, but look, he's in a better position.
But that's one of those cliches, isn't it, Rosh? I mean, you get to this situation, commentators tend to say, well, if they're happy to give Albirex Niigata those chances for the remaining 21 minutes, but with an inexperienced keeper in between the sticks now, and the way this ball has been moving. And again, I had a chat yesterday with a couple of people, and I mentioned it to Marco down on the pitch side before this game. There's a new match ball, and there's some suggestion that this new select match ball might be giving plenty of zip in the air as well. So long-range efforts are always a danger.
Oh, of course, they're always going to be a danger, and especially as you mentioned, you know, quite rightly, Zeifel's off. They changed their goalkeeper. You want to try and test him, and that's why I don't deal in cliches, and that's why I said it's one of the dangers in terms of dropping off a little bit too deep. You allow opportunities for the opposition to have shots at goal from that range, and they can be threatening, they can be dangerous.
Last time these two were involved in a goalless draw at Jurong East, you have to go back to 2013. 8 years ago since these two shared the goalless draw. 20 minutes away from it becoming the first goalless draw of the season. But as Roshan said, it's been a draw, not necessarily a board draw. It might not have had some of the high-octane energy that we've enjoyed and been privileged to witness so far this season in the AIA Singapore Premier League. But I don't want to hear any complaining online later, because the ones that were complaining that the defences were poor in some of the early 3-3 draws and goal-fest games, well, you've got your wish today, haven't you? Because it's been a fine example, certainly, of Balestier Khalsa's defending. I mean, Ensar and Amir Hakim, for me at the moment, joint men of the match.
Yeah, well, again, as I said, there's just different aspects of the game to look at, right? That you can't have it both ways. If you're complaining about some of the defensive areas, you can't be complaining about the defending in this game. It's been excellent from Balestier.
That's a hopeful cross from Jumbo. Was a handball there. Referee waves it away, and then the snapshot comes in from Armature here.
Wow, you know what? I think that's a handball from Yamashita, you know.
Let's have a look.
I looked at it as it came in there. He just tries to track that run. Oh, that's handball, I think it is.
Are the hands by his side? Is that what saves him?
Let's have a closer look here. Oh.
It's quite natural position.
Perhaps he's headed it onto his arm, and the referees looked at that and thought.
But if you head it onto your arm and the arm's in an unnatural position, it's still a penalty. It's all about the...
it's an interpretation. You're right to highlight the unnatural position. But if you mentioned that his arm's in a natural position in there, referee's interpreting it as...
well, tellingly for me, I didn't see Marco going crazy on the sideline. So if Marco ain't screaming for it, I don't think it's a penalty. But they've been given, we've seen them given in the... We had a penalty at this ground, didn't we?
We have.
The Sailors won against Tanjung United, I think it was. Possession now 65-35, but only one team has registered a shot on target, and that team is Balestier Khalsa. Fitness levels, can you keep a beady eye out, Roshan, to see if you're seeing any tiring memes? I think Balestier Khalsa so far are holding out okay on the fitness front.
Well, I was just pointing out to you that those gaps are starting to open up between Balestier's central midfielders. The gaps between Arish and Faisal just opening up a little bit more.
That's because there's no one in midfield. They're playing a back six at the moment.
But you just have a look at that. That's where Albirex will be looking to try and exploit those spaces in between the two Balestier central midfielders if they can. If someone drops in there quick enough.
Oh, that took a deflection, and they've not cleared that properly. That was the worst touch that Amir Hakim has come up with so far today. It's invited pressure. Hashioka. Crossed by Yamashita, and well, it's out for a throw. We haven't had a corner in this second half yet. Only 3 corners in the entire match, which is unusual. Man down. Is this the old cramp kicking in? So yeah, there's the first danger signs for Faisal. And I venture to suggest, particularly with the score at 0-0, that won't be the last Balestier Khalsa player going down with cramp. I'm not suggesting anything, Roshan. I'm just pointing that out. So 16 minutes and change to play. And it's testament to the defending of Balestier Khalsa. Martin Munn's been on the pitch, what, for 50 minutes? He's not touched the ball, I don't think.
Again, look, it's because of the good work being done in front of him. You know, Bruncevic marshalling the defense really well alongside Amir Hakim. Again, we have to keep an eye out on that midfield. I think Faisal is going to have a couple of issues here. Marco is going to have a decision to make with how he rejigs this, how he reshuffles it.
Well, either Jumbo or Zuzu, I'm sure, could be capable of being pressed into emergency service. Change is coming. It's going to be Zuzu coming on for Faisal. As you suggested, he's reached the end of the line, Faisal, in terms of his fitness.
I think we might see Krajcek just dropping into central midfield alongside Arish as Zuzul takes his place up front alongside Hoshino.
I know he's obviously someone you associate more with bringing a sub on to chase the game for goals. He's going to be a really experienced set of legs to bring on to try and close this game out in the final 15 minutes when they're allowed to make the change, which is taking forever and a day for Faisal to leave. So I'll leave you to dissect how this leaves them tactically in terms of the reshuffle, because we'll very quickly learn out. And Zuzu's going straight up top, so it's going to be Hoshino that's going to drop into that midfield role, Roshan.
Well, I think it's actually going to be Krajcek who drops in alongside Arish Kumar, but we'll see how that sort of pans out.
They're arguing about it now, aren't they?
Yeah, Hoshino's just in there. He's dropped off a little bit deeper just to try and win the header from this goal kick. He doesn't need to, though. And there we go. Hoshino's pushing forward. Krajcek, it looks like he'll be sitting in midfield alongside Arish.
can't believe they're going to play a front two here. Obviously, from this set piece they will, but Hoshino and Zuzu, surely they're going to have to leave one of them up top. I mean, if Hoshino's going to drop deep, try and maybe help fix those gaps in midfield you mentioned, it's going to be interesting. But of course now, let's not worry about them trying to pack the defence. They still have looked arguably the more likely to score in this game. 5 long years since Balestier Khalsa last won at Jurong East against Albirex Niigata. They won here last season with Tanjung Pagar, but a win here against the defending champs for their first win of the campaign would be something special. Haswan Halim manages to find the head of Ensar, who was up for it, and still Ensar. He can be a real nuisance in these positions. Oh, that's a weak free kick to concede. He was causing them problems, and Ensar looks fit as a fiddle as he tracks back Roshan.
Yeah, look, Kunimoto went down far too easily in that situation. He's under pressure from Enza Brunjevic. Just decides to go down, take the pressure off his side. There you go, Hoshino and Zuzul up front, that 4-4-2. Not changing their shape, just changing the personnel around with Krajcek now on the ball.
Hoshino looking over the top for Zuzu, who's going to be onside. The keeper's coming and has to use his head. Quick thinking by Koga, but a wonderful ball in, and there's a sign of the relationship that I'm not convinced of, but there was nothing wrong with the telepathy between Hoshino and Zuzu there, Roshan.
Yeah, again, you just have a look at the starting position of the goalkeeper. His body shape there, just reads that pass in behind, sees that space open up, gets off his, comes off his line quickly, out of his penalty area quickly, just to hit that one away.
On the turn, Zuzu, lovely turn from Zuzu, still on the ball, Zuzu. They can't get off his feet. Kiki Krajcek can get the cross in. Krajcek deflected over the keeper and behind for the first quarter of the second half, which when it comes, goes to Balestier Khalsa. Well, a bold piece of tactic play from Marko Krajovic. If it comes off, he'll be up there with Clement Tio for tactical maestro of the weekend, because playing 4-4-2 when you've been under pressure for large parts of the second half looked risky. But all of a sudden, they're enjoying their best spell of pressure in the second half, Roshan.
They certainly are, and we've seen in this game so far, they've been the side that has had arguably the better chances, the better openings and the opportunities. The finishing just hasn't been quite right. There will be plenty of opportunities in the counter-attacking situations because they are defending quite deep. And in these set pieces here, Bruncevic at the moment has not got anyone on him.
Oh, Krajcek wasted that. It was their first corner of the entire match. Comes to Arish Kumar, gets it back to Kiki, going to make amends with a better cross this time. Kiki Krajcek, decent cross. There's an orange head that got to it, but it still will come to a white shirt. Hooked back into the area by Gareth Lowe. Shot comes in, and when it comes in, it's on target, but just not enough on it from Haswan Halim. Another half chance comes and goes as we approach the 10-minute mark to go.
It's a bit of nonsense there between Enza Bruncevic and Koga. Well, again, as this ball comes in, Haswan Halim with a brilliant touch here just to set himself up for this volley at goal. Doesn't quite catch it, doesn't get enough of that elevation over the goalkeeper.
Meanwhile, some pace from Hanada, and they're coming up with it again, and Zuzu wants a free kick and he'll get it. Hanada penalised tracking back. Well, this is turning out to be a fascinating final 10 minutes, Roshan, right?
Really good end to this game. And it's Balestier's opportunity just to turn up the pressure a little bit more. Getting up the pitch gives the defense a bit of a rest. An opportunity to get a bit more of a breather. I'll tell you what, you enjoy it a lot more when you have the ball.
More evidence to the theory that this is the most competitive AIA Singapore Premier League for many a year, because we're 10 minutes away from the top two at the start of the weekend, both failing to win. On the turn, Kiki Krajcek, and that'll be another corner win it. Yes, it will. And you're right to highlight this because Ensar Brunovic is a real threat from these set pieces. I don't think it's gone out for a corner. Is it a throw or a corner in that? We're just slightly obscured there. I think it's going to be a corner, is it?
It looked like it. No, it's going to be a throw.
Just a throw in, I think. That's a corner of the pitch is slightly obscured by commentary position. Cross comes in. Oh, it headed it. Very nearly fell to Haswan Halim again. Wasn't entirely convinced by that defensive header from Albirex. Arish Kumar, all of a sudden Albirex are the ones scrambling back. Just worry, don't you, that Albirex might create one real chance in the entire match and it might come in the 94th minute. Well, it's got that kind of fear about it, hasn't it, Roshan?
Yeah, they've got the quality to do that as well, Albirex. And again, that was one of the concerns for Balestier with the opportunities that they've created, the chances that they've had, they've not taken them.
Zuzu. You can tell they're showing Zuzu plenty of respect. They've dropped a little bit deeper themselves, Albirex, since he's come on. They're alive to his threat, particularly with fresh legs, and they'll win a free kick, I think there is. Is this going to be a chance for Kiki to launch what will essentially be another corner here?
Yeah.
And they're clutching their draw with Hanada looking on sheepishly. What happened here, Roshan?
Well, has one. Just as he gets it of Zuzul, he's done really well to hold the ball up. I think he's taken a bit of an arm to the face from Tokiwa.
Yeah, Tokiwa, I think, might have got away with one there. It was right in front of the assistant referee and the ref. Now, I think he's just asking, is the referee going to blow the whistle before they're allowed to take this, which he's entitled to ask.
A good delivery here. The first one from that corner was a little bit disappointing from Krajcek. Needs quality. He's got Zuzul and Bruncevic to go for.
Bruncevic right on top of Koga here. I think I know where Kiki's going to land this. He's going to try and cause chaos with the tallest man on the pitch, Bruno, the target. Too low a trajectory, really, wasn't it, Roshan?
Yeah, it's a similar sort of trajectory to the corner that we first saw. Again, easily dealt with at the near post by Albrex's defenders, not causing too many issues. But these are the moments for you when you've been struggling in terms of the lack of possession and these set-piece situations.
It's the long throw coming up. We haven't seen one of them yet today. What kind of elevation can Kiki, the standing skipper, after Zaifu went off injured? Oh, he's got very high. Distance probably not what he was looking for. Must be hard in these conditions to get a grip on the ball to produce those long throws, particularly when it's a new match ball as well that the players have got to get used to.
He needs his towel on the touchline there.
Gareth Lowe, good header, you know. He's found it into Zuzu. Zuzu on the turn into the area. Zuzu! Very nearly got it taken off his feet by his own player, but still Zuzu holds on to possession brilliantly to the byline. Going to get the cross, and he can. And it's well held on to eventually by Koga. Well, is it Albirex now deciding? Well, the draw to us, thank you very much.
Just a spell here that they're going through under a little bit of pressure from Balestier. Last 3-4 minutes or so. It's been the Tigers in possession, looking good. But Albirex, plenty of time still to try and find this opening here. Big switch down this left-hand side. Into Tokiwa.
Tokiwa, who had a chance very early on that he blazed over. But again, that's really what they've been reduced to, Albirex. Long-range efforts. They've not had any clear sights getting in behind that defence that's been brilliantly run by Ensar and Amir Hakim. They've been frustrated for the most part here. And if they can just hang on to get something from the match, Marko Kravic, I'm sure, will be delighted.
Just feel like the movement between the lines from Albirex hasn't quite been sharp enough. It's not been quick enough. Not enough risk in terms of trying to find those passes right through the middle of this Balestier setup.
Some space on this near side to operate now, though, for Yamashita. Inside.
There we go.
It comes. Wide from Hanada. They'll lift it into the area. Goes down. They had a little look there, but I think it was just a natural tangle, wasn't it, in the end with the Balestier man.
Gareth Lowe there was involved in that one as Tokiwa sends it in on his right foot.
Let's have a look.
Let's have a look here.
And it was clumsy, and in his defence, again, the player's reaction is usually the best, that he didn't immediately spring to his feet crying foul. Was it just one of those natural coming-togethers in the area?
Yeah, I think so. Just a couple of players coming together. Takahashi in there, just colliding with Gareth Lowe. Referee again, spot on. And, you know, we haven't mentioned the referee much, which is always a good thing. It means they're doing a good job.
Yeah.
Zuzul
takes his chance from a long way out, and Koga has his eyes on it. Yeah, Sakawi Buhari, good refereeing display. And I'm just checking back, you know. I don't think we talked about no red cards in 12 games now. I haven't had a yellow card in this game at all. It's been played in good spirit, which is not necessarily always the case with these 0-0 draws.
It's been very competitive as well. I mean, these two sides, Balestier looking to close down. Albirex still looking for that opportunity to break through, break past that very deep lying Balestier defensive block.
Hashioka, as things stand, it will be Albirex and Tampines that are joint top of the AIA Singapore Premier League table tonight. Tampines beating Tanjung Pagar United earlier on by 3-1. If you missed out yesterday's games, big news, Hougang winners over the Lion City Sailors by 3-1, and Geylang and Young Lions drawing 1 each, as that's another opportunity wasted. And they're almost looking like they're devoid of a plan B at the moment, Albirex. Now they've been sussed out by Ensar, Amir Hakim, well coached by Marco. They just can't get in behind this defence, can they?
Struggling to find a breakthrough here. Yeah, the spaces are opening up out wide, but the quality into the box has not been good enough.
Oh, I think Martin Mann, we saw this yesterday, didn't we? We saw Makundan yellow carded for time wasting, as the referees, I think, have been instructed to cut down on that this season from goalkeepers. He didn't waste any time in booking Makundan yesterday. Warned him very early on in the second half and then booked him with 15 minutes to play. It's not over yet, though. Takahashi gets it to Suboi, squares it, falls to the edge of the area, and a block right in front of the goal from Ensar, and then the follow-up over the bar. Well, Enzo, I think for me, if it stays like this, it's just cemented his man of the match performance with that clearance. Roshan Wright.
Brilliant. Last-ditch defending by Enza. They finally work a bit of space here on the edge of the box. You can see that midfield has gotten far too deep. That space opens up for that shot. And on the second opportunity, just leaning back a little bit as he hit that one. Martin Mann at full stretch, but didn't need to make a save.
Fancy Martin Mann might go in the book for time wasting at some point in the next 3 minutes and whatever's added on for stoppages. But it'll be a yellow card that if it stays goalless, I think Marco won't be fining him for. They're coming again, though. They've survived a bit of Balestier pressure. Albirex Niigata, are they going to show their championship class and win it at the death? Martin Mann gathers with great confidence. What a moment for this young man.
Well done there. And he slowly start to pick up in confidence. I mean, he would have been nervous coming on.
Well, he was fortunate he didn't come on with the team under siege, wasn't he?
He's been well protected by his defence.
Still win this themselves here. As you highlighted when they made the change, remarkable confidence from Marco to not sit back and not just drop Pochino back into a natural midfield position. There will be 5 minutes of time added on. How we can find that out when there's still 2 minutes of the 90 to go, I'm not quite sure. But in a nutshell, a minimum of 7 minutes to be played here. An absorbing goalless draw. Played out by Kunimoto. You do get the feeling they're going to have to survive one final scare, Balestier Khalsa. Not that they've been, again, surviving scare after scares, but that was probably the hairiest moment they've had in this second half moments ago when Ensar managed to get the block in. Turn from Suboi! And that really is the only chance he's had all game, and it's got over.
Oh, that's a good sharp turn by Suboi there. This is Ensar Bruncevic just getting dragged out of position a little bit. Has to come and close down in the space, close down Iguchi. Wonderful turn, just to buy himself a little bit of space to have a shot at goal. And again, he's hitting underneath the ball. He was under pressure from Amir Hakim, who's recovered really well just to try and throw him off that shot.
No sign of the third substitute being used by Albirex either, which is something else that Shigatomi has tended to do. So it's even more remarkable when you think they made the 2 changes at half-time, and there's 9 players out there that are just going to play the whole 90 for a second straight game, bearing in mind the match on Wednesday night. That's well and easily picked up, and they've coughed it straight back to Hashioka. Hashioka, down the right-hand side he comes, teaming up with Takahashi. There's more space to play with here, and they'll get the free kick, I think, will they? Or is it a throw? It's a throw again, our unsighted commentary position not helping us there. Hashioka. Through the middle to Chiku. And that's going to be a corner. Well, I make this their first corner of the second half here, and it's come in the 90th minute, Roshan. Nervous moments for Tigers fans all over Singapore. Are they going to hold the champions and be the first team to stop them winning this season? It's a point, I think, on balance they earn, Roshan.
Yeah, I agree with that. And, you know, in these situations, you're so close to the finish line here. You just want to desperately hang on as best as you can.
Into the first of 5 minutes to be added on. Hanada with their first corner of the second half, their 4th in total. It's headed across the area again. Martin Mann, now that's a fantastic take. He'll win the free kick as well. That's wonderful goalkeeping, because he was under all kinds of pressure there, and he had players taller than him around him as well, Roshan.
Yeah, a couple of players surrounding him in that situation. That's really good goalkeeping. You see his teammates going over to congratulate him on that save. He's got that one out. Got him out of trouble under intense pressure here as it's headed back into the 6-yard box. He's surrounded by a couple of Albirex players.
Brilliant take that in the circumstances
and
and the context.
Catches it cleanly, keeps a hold of it, earns a free kick, and he's going to stay down for a little bit as well, just to kill the momentum of the game.
Well, that will mean we're probably looking more at like 96 or 97 minutes, but Martin Munn's not had much to do since he was introduced for the injured Zeifel, and one assumes Martin Munn might be set for extended spell in the first 11, so Marco will be pleased. Well, he's pleased to a certain extent. He's having his chat with Satya Kumar, the fourth official. I don't know if he's asking about where the 5 minutes was from. Maybe he's asking where the 5 minutes is from, because don't forget, Albirex haven't made any substitutions in the second half.
I've not seen too many stoppages in this half.
That's actually a valid point, because we talked about that substitution tactic. We had the change for Zuzu.
We've got some Tanjung Pagar players, it seems, standing outside
They
here.
must have just made their way back from our Tampere sub. That's how delayed this game was. So the Tanjung Pagar United boys, back from our Tampere sub. They went down 3-1 earlier today. I've got a bit of bonus football. And so we've got, this is a surreal situation. We've got a little pocket of Balestier fans at one end of the ground. We've got the White Swans fans at the other. And just for good measure, we've got the returning Tanjung Pagar players after their defeat earlier today. Martin Munn, ball at feet. Do they just send this long? I think you know the answer to that. Jumbo trying to win it in the air and gets the flick on. Zuzu going to get on the end of it. Zuzu, is he brought down? There he is. Hold on a second. Now, they have got the aerial dominance here. Quick question. Do you throw, it looks like they're going to throw him forward, but do you throw Bruno forward in this situation and maybe leave yourself vulnerable to a quick counter?
Well, you throw him forward, I throw him forward, and you leave your quicker players at the back there. As it stands, the way it's set up here, Albirex don't really have anyone on the halfway line or anywhere to try and sneak one on the counter-attack, which is interesting to see. I mean, they've got all their players back, defending their box here. Normally, in these situations, you do try and leave an option up there if you can. But they're looking to try and hold on to this, Patrick.
Haswan heads her up, comes to the edge of the area. Arish Kumar still battling. Arish Kumar, will it drop for him? It does, and another shot on target. But Koga gathers it, and they'll try and release it quickly with Bruno scrambling back. That bounce isn't going to be kind to them, though, and that might just be Albirex Niigata's hopes of keeping their 100% record up, and to no one's surprise, I think, to be fair, to give him the benefit of the doubt, they're entitled to be out on their feet. There's another Tiger down on the deck. Arish Kumar did really well under the circumstances to control that in the end and get the shot away.
Get a shot at goal, yeah, it's a great take by Koga in the end. He stretched a little bit, but good tenacity shown by Arish here, just to work himself into a bit of space, just to get that shot at goal, and looks like he's feeling the hamstring here. I think they've made all the changes. Have they made all the changes, Patrick? I think
yes,
they've made it 3, right? So
because they had to take off the goalkeeper, didn't they?
So they're going to have to hang on for a little bit then with 10 men if Arish Kumar isn't fit enough to carry on.
Replaced by Gareth Lowe.
The goalkeeper.
The goalkeeper Zyfor replaced by Martin Munn, and then of course
Zuzu
coming on for Faisal. So they're going to play the last, and it's probably still a good 2 minutes to go, by the way.
We couldn't really see why the 5 minutes were added on, but we're seeing why perhaps the next 5 minutes will be added on.
Yeah, well, we're officially 60 seconds remaining in the 5 minutes that were due to be added on, but we're probably going to get another couple of minutes, which is going to infuriate Marco even further, because he had, I think, a fair point. I mean, whether the referee was adding on for some of those slow goal kicks, I don't know, but don't forget, Albirex Niigata have made no changes, because the 2 changes they made were made at the start of the second half, so that's not the old 30-second add-on. You've had the 3 changes.
Had a bit of cramp, perhaps. A bit of cramp, perhaps.
Minute and a half.
Zyfol's injury, perhaps.
I suppose it's not outrageous.
I'm just trying to think of.
It's not outrageous. I'll leave you to explain that to Marco if they score with the last kick of the game. Zuzu. He's been a real boost to come on, isn't he? Look at that from Zuzu. Gareth Lowe's impressed as well. Wonderful touch from the youngster. And Gareth Lowe sends that for Zuzu to chase. Just a bit too much on it. Yeah, Zuzu's fuming.
Not the right ball. And Arish is sprinting back on. He's all right. Hamstring's okay.
Kiki's going to pick this up, and Zuzu's in some space. If he can release him onside, it's offside. Zuzu doesn't like that. I wouldn't mind seeing that again on replay. Zuzu's convinced he was on, as we're now over the 5 minutes that was initially allocated.
Well, I thought he got himself
first
back.
Card coming out to Zuzu, I think, for dissent.
I thought he'd done well to get himself back onside, you know.
He's
onside.
He's miles onside.
Yep.
Well, he's unfortunate there. Konimoto. If Albirex are going to get one, it's going to have to be now. I fancy this is their last chance to break Balestier hearts. It's been a monumental all-round display, not just defensive from Balestier Khalsa. The defending champions look like they're about to be held. And their 100% record brought to an end.
Just having a chuckle because you can hear Marco from the touchline screaming for the referee to blow his whistle.
They're already now, I think the 96-minute mark will be all that this referee adds on. Our official hasn't had a look at his watch yet. Referee Shikawi. Here's Hashioka into the area and behind, and that should be the ball game. I don't think Martin Munn will be getting booked for time wasting here. I think when the ball's in the air, our referee will blow for full time, and it's a famous result. They may not have won their first victory of the season, Balestier Khalsa, but this has been a sensational all-round team display, both in the dugout from Marco and on the pitch by his players. They've all been warriors here.
A very good setup from Balestier in this game. And I mean, the players deserve a lot of credit for the discipline and tenacity that they've shown, sticking to that game plan, having to defend very deep in the second half.
There was a push.
And that'll do them a world of good as well. Arms into the back of Arish from the number 8, Chiku.
It certainly will, because our referee looks like he's now going to find 2 minutes above the 5 that Marco's already furious that have been added on. But surely he hasn't had a look at his watch at the referee. I'm sure he'll be doing so shortly. And again, do you throw Bruno forward here? They don't think they're going to throw him forward on this occasion. Oh, yes, they are. They'll leave Amir Hakim back, because this could well be the last player of the game. Why not try and get it up and over the defence? Oh no, they're going to play this clock out, and who can blame them? Haswan, or maybe not. Is there another twist in the tail? Cross the face of goal behind Zuzu. And that will do us a compelling and riveting goal to draw, the first of the season across the AIA Singapore Premier League, has seen Balestier Khalsa become the first team this season to prevent Albirex from winning. The defending champions' 100% record comes to an end, and in truth, they didn't deserve to win, Roshan. Balestier Khalsa had the better chances, and Albirex Niigata, on this evidence, there'll be no procession to the title this season.
No, they didn't do enough to win this game. In fact, it was Balestier that had the better of the opportunities. They really struggled to break down this very deep, compact discipline. Balestier rear guard defended as a unit, as a team, everyone working incredibly hard. Just unfortunate for them, they couldn't take the many chances that they created, but it's a well-earned point for Balestier Khalsa. So Marco absolutely delighted. He'll take this one. Good performance from his charges, disappointing one from Alberex's perspective.
So incredibly, the weekend ends with Albirex only on top now by goal difference from Tampines Rovers, who won earlier on tonight. And don't forget, there's a gap with the international break. We'll be back with live AIA SPL fixtures with Hougang United against Tampines Rovers on the 3rd of April, Young Lions, Lion City Sailors, and then a day later on the 4th, Albirex back here against Dengan and Balestier against Tanjung Pagar United. Enjoy the international break. Make sure you keep checking back on the AIA Singapore Premier League Facebook page, and also One Play Sports for the excellent SPL show with Farah Nair. We'll have a look at the genius stats just to sign off, and there's proof in the pudding to back up what Roshan says. Balestier Khalsa out shooting Albirex tonight, Roshan.
Yeah, they did, and look at the shots on target as well. Getting those opportunities, Balestier Khalsa just couldn't quite take them. Koga was strong in goal for Albirex Niigata. Overall, really good performance defensively for Balestier, and like I said earlier, they'll take the point happily.
From Roshan Roy and myself, a very good night after match day 3 of the AIA Singapore Premier League. A well-earned point for Balestier Khalsa, who still look for their first win, but they've held the champs tonight.